The old man Bill. The old man Bill. The old man Bill. The old man builds. The old man builds is broken in the head. People not seeing reality has put him in the red. Where conscious and spirituality was stricken from the norm and replaced with the ignorance of basic magnetic form. The geometry of God keeps running through his head. That's what makes old man builds broken in the head. The old man builds. The old man builds. Spheres of destiny are spinning in his mind, making him travel back and forth in time, battling the establishment for just a little recognition. Has him forcing the world to understand his premonition. That world will have all the technology in the end, even if it means his life will fail to instead. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds.
Hello everyone, my name is Nathan, otherwise known as Old Man Builds, and we have John Bigman here today. John, how's everything going?
Doing great.
Right on, man.
Getting ready.
All right, man, however you want to begin it, let's do this.
I gotta shrink that down because yeah, let's just open with that one. Your hole in one thing.
Nice.
I thought I'd just open with that one. All right, so I guess let me get through some of the stuff. We're gonna kind of cheat there. You're gonna see a little cheat there, but it's all right. I wish I could hide this first. Just got so much to show. Come on, where? There we go. Welcome to the world of plasma.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess if we're going to start, we might as well start with what we're trying to attract.
Mm-hmm.
When I first started looking into Tesla, he was talking about ether, and like it was something. And I was like, okay, what is this something? What could it be? When I started looking into like things that were electrical, it started getting fractal based. It started making me think in the fractals, and this is where I came across this serendipity triangle in 3D. And this pretty much, this is one of those, you know.
Absolutely.
There's a few things that parallel here. One of them is that this is a crystalline base matter, whatever it is. This is stuff that was made in the beginning. This came from that rather large bang that we seem to think happened. I don't think it was a bang. It was more like an unzipping.
Okay.
And the unzipping was the material inside of a black hole. And this is why we're trapped in this fractal reality. It's because we're in the middle of this black hole. And the space opened up. And of course, when it opens up, it turns into a donut base, basically. But these crystals were the leftover of that event, that perfect matter that fell apart. In the middle is considered that perfect matter, the ether. This is the conductor of mean space, of free space. It's balanced. You won't see it. It is perfectly balanced. And when their energy comes through here, it's a fleeting millisecond of a bump in the bottom of one of these pyramids down here. And it bumps it and it transfers all that energy up this pyramid to the tip. Same thing with the other side. So if it bumps here, it transmits via these blue pyramids all the way down to the bottom. And if you pay attention, the red is facing up and the blue is facing down. And that's just, it fits together like that because of uh, potentials, like static potentials, static rules. The edges will line up because they're like a sharp edge on a static charged object. If you have a
Gotcha.
sharp point there, it will discharge out from that point. And that's what it does, and that's how it lines up. So it's all self-orienting based upon its shape. And from what we understand, this seems to be the strongest uh, geometry on the smallest scales. So this is why naturally it would form, these particles. Now, the sides of these are the ions, the ionic versions, ionized, being ionized. So if it's just the blue, it's an ionized electric field. If it's just the red, it's an ionized magnetic field.
Hmm. Hmm.
And the reason why it's magnetic is because all these little pyramids, see how there's all full of space?
Yes.
There's even smaller particles, but they're inconsequential. But it's still a particle that is used to bump into the base. And when these go in their direction, they go forward. The particles are going around the end and coming and hitting them in the behind.
Mm-hmm.
It drives itself.
Yes.
So these charges will actually just transmit for free. This is why light seems to go forever. It's because it's just literally rolling itself back into itself and transmitting along. Remember those plasmoids that I was showing you, the round donut ones?
Yes.
The air ones and the dolphin bubbles and all that stuff. Basically, that's how it does it.
Yep.
That action around the edges.
It's kind of like a mushroom top as it goes. Yeah.
Right. So it'll cut through whatever it's going through. But generally, these electric ones move downwards, and these move upwards. Okay, just because of their shapes, the way they're shaped, and the way they come together. So this is the charge carrier, and why I call it the magnetic part, because it takes those little bumps, those self-contained bumps, and I'll focus it towards the tip, and then it drives it along, and that's a charge carrier. So the more that's the higher density of these particles is flowing through, and the more charged it's going to become when it moves.
Mm-hmm.
And what causes that density to increase is a higher voltage potential, a higher difference between these blue and the red. How it works exactly, I can't tell you. I know it has a lot to do with the vortex stuff that I'm going to go through. It might give you a little bit to understand. If anybody wants, I can make these pictures available so that people can see it and do their own investigation into it. I would like to simulate this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to talk to Phil about it, but Phil says that it's probably a little bit more than his hardware could handle.
Oh, gotcha.
They typically don't like to do fractal stuff like that because it's repetitive. It just goes over and over and over and over and over, and it takes up a lot of RAM. So,
oh yeah,
I knew it was going to be a little bit harder than it should be. But this led to, I got so much stuff. You guys are going to see. I really wish I could put this in order. Coincidentally, if you take these and you move them together like they were on the other one, they actually form the Merkaba, which is the Star of David.
yes.
And that's what happened. That's what got me on this idea that they were together. Right? The two create the one. And the one is the one, the unity. That's the 0 point. So when everything is running from the 0 point, it's typically balanced. When it's unbalanced, that's when you become ionized and you see things like the sun. So there are a lot of similar theories. I saw that, and I tried to not to pay attention to to the chat while I'm doing this, but I will agree that there are a lot of theories that I drew from because I'm like a holistic person. I like to look at the whole. I like to back out and look at it all and try because it brings a lot of resolution to it. And but these learning how to manipulate these two is going to be key because we know that this one costs very little to motivate, and this one is very costly.
Yes.
But they're tied intrinsically together. So if you motivate one, a lot of one, you're going to get a lot of the other. It's just going to be displaced around it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you were talking about and your ideas there.
We had Merkaba on the show in the very beginning when we first started doing lives, and he has a machine that actually puts frequency towards each other in different ways. And when he had it simulated, everything came into the center and made the Merkaba itself, which was really fascinating.
Oh, really? In cymatics, like?
Yeah, he had it mapped out, and that's what it came out to. And all the energy would go, yeah, just like that.
So a lot of people throw hate at me because I say plasma. And I'm sorry, but I will say this, and I will say it once. Plasma, the term for electrical plasma, was coined the phrase by who was Irving Langmuir in 1957 when he was doing a study on plasma.
Okay.
And the night before, the story is, and the guy who worked with him wrote a memoir about this event. And he was like, they didn't know what to call it. So he was like, I'm going to go home and I will go think about it. So he went home and he slept on it. He came back and he said, you know, what I was thinking last night, he said that when I looked at it, the charges and what was it called? I'll give you a word for word. Langmuir he worked for General Electric and ionized gases, the way that the electrified fluid carried high velocity electrons. Listen to that. Carried high velocity electrons, ions, and impurities. This field is not electrons. This field carries electrons. It's the medium. Just like our blood is not blood cells, it's the plasma, the fluid that the blood cells float in.
That's a good comparison.
Actually, a combination, one without the other. You know, one can't be without the other. So,
right.
Another duality into one thing, which is also like the yin and the yang type thing, which I think is all of the same thing coming through the Akashic record to us through our creativity, through our, you know, when we muse about things and think about this stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's very clear. I mean, I try to get in as close as I can because this is a direct quote from his memoir. And I think it was taken over because I don't think that people at the time, they were already fighting with the nuclear bombs and all that stuff. You know, whether they should use this stuff, whether it was good to go down this path. And eventually, you know, they figured and they came right that, you know, people were going to do it anyways, whether they did it or not. So why not protect yourself? But anyways, I don't want to get onto the bad stuff, but oh, this is the block wall, all that stuff. Here's the fun one. So I think that these things are, of course, this is just the magnetic field around this coil circulating like this, which causes the plasma to roll like this, and then it becomes self-contained. And this is the key. You don't need the tokamak. You don't need all that stuff. All you need is to know the right way to take care of this, you know, to house it and how to harvest it. That's the hardest part. You'll never be able to harvest the circular one because when you charge it, it just gets fatter like a tire, and it doesn't really expand. It just gets fatter.
Hmm.
So some things that will create the expansion. The expansion is based upon this coil diameter and where it forms and starts rolling. And the only reason that it will sit there and move up, you'll see in videos it'll move up on the sides and stuff. It's because
Hmm.
the gas is heating up because that plasma is like several thousands degrees Celsius. You
So
know,
it just moves based on the heat. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, it heats up the gas inside, and it'll move up like this and move down and around, and and kind of like move around. The It's also electrically active, meaning if you come close to it, it'll sense your capacitance and move with your hand.
Oh, that's
Tesla
awesome.
Tesla was talking about using a single terminal of this, and it puts a spray out, and you can actually track where people are around it because it'll point to them. It'll sit there and point. So you can make like a sensor, you know, a living sensor, detect life. Um, all right, let's get back to. I love this picture, but you see this coil?
Yes.
The center part goes right into it. Tesla was onto this way before you.
Oh, I know he was.
Yeah, yeah. In the tower, I'll show you why. But
Well, I always said it's his technology. It's not mine.
here's what I really. This is what all this came down to. I was trying to figure out what he was trying to do with this thing, and everybody was talking about it's a radio tower. It's a radio tower. Now, when I was a kid, about 20, well, no, younger. I think it was 16 when I first started with CB radios, and I learned about RF energy and how to manipulate it and focus it and magnify it and do all the things that normal electrical engineers do or electrical technicians do. I was more into trying to design the antennas, so it was more of an engineering side.
Hmm.
So I got to learn a lot about reflection and dB increases on reflection as opposed to your wattage that you put into it and the reflected wattage you get out of it. And I started looking at this and I'm like, this is starting to look like an antenna, but not like an antenna that I know of. And because this antenna, it has the load coil here, which kind of electrically increases the length of this. So every time this goes around, it gains in voltage potential. Okay. And it makes it like this wire is longer. Because if you were to take this wire and stretch it straight up, if you measured the end of it down here and it wasn't connected to this ground or anything, you
Hmm.
get a voltage potential when it's referenced to the ground. And that voltage potential is based upon the fair weather condition. And there are layers of plasma that go horizontal with the surface of the planet. And these layers are all electrically sensitive. Okay, so there's a lot of plasma in those layers, and it's all different potentials of plasma condensing, discharging, going down, condensing, discharging from layer to layer from the outside of the planet to the inside, goes
Hmm.
down. Uh, when I got to oscillate back to another picture here.
Yeah, go for it.
When I just want to try to make sure I understand or remember where I left off. This is a magnetic connection to the sun. We know about this. We've measured this. We have satellites up there. The only thing is that this magnetic connection up here is intermittent. It goes like this is the top of the Earth. It goes like this,
Hmm.
and every time it touches, it spins us up. So it spins us up a little faster, a little faster, a little faster, because there's a huge current that goes through the planet here. and that causes it to turn or twist.
Hmm.
That's what
Gotcha.
is causing our planet to spin around, depending on what is north and what is south. In actuality, the North Pole is actually the South Pole. The only reason that it says north on our compasses is because it's a piece that's north that is attracted to the South Pole.
Interesting.
So the South Pole is actually on the North Pole, like that for quite a while. And then these divots are real. This divot in the plasma layers and stuff is the actual space pushing into this point on the Earth, almost like two ball bearings.
That's where you get the northern lights, is what they talk about, the plasma in the
Well, the
sky.
northern lights are where these magnetic things hook in. That's
Mm-hmm.
what the northern lights are. These will drag through the atmosphere and the plasma and energize it, and that's where you'll see it. It'll. The two of them come down. It'll spin around slowly, and it'll energize that whole path and make it look. It'll kind of like drag the plasma along with it,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll light up and stay lit for quite some time, depending on the charge of that plasma layer above it, which is up here. There's several layers up here. I have another picture that explains it a little bit better. Um, but anyways, that was the one picture I wanted to show. So when you have a divot like this in our ionosphere and our atmosphere, it compresses these layers together. And when you compress a plasma, it intensifies. So if you take like a plasma that's straight, like this pen, right? And then you go around it and you compress it, it's going to brighten up out
Mm-hmm.
the ends. It'll actually get lighter here and brighter on this end. And I don't know exactly why, but I just saw a video that showed me that. So, and I know it's a technical video, but anyways, these used to be the voltage potentials. They've gone down a little bit. I think they're around 265,000 volts. So the ionosphere, the surface of the ionosphere is charged to a positive 265,000 volts. The 0 point is the surface of the not the surface, it's the water layer, the sea layer, the sea level. So the sea level is actually your 0 point. Most of the time, it's very close to what the ground layer is. Technically, if you were to zoom in, you could see mountains and stuff like that. But if you zoom way back out here, you wouldn't see anything. It's all
Gotcha.
smooth, It's just scales and all that BS and stuff. But anyways, so this is where some of this stuff from the sun come from. When we get these coronal holes that push out this plasmatic wind, and it's because the sun is made of hydrogen, little impurities, those little some gold, silver, some other stuff in there that gets created and falls back in it. But most of the creation of material is on the outside in the photosphere, and we know this because we can actually do this in the lab. We can take an electrode and have such a high voltage on it that after a while, the actual metal on it will start to ball up because it's being heated up to a point where it melts.
Mm-hmm.
But when they go and check the material, it's ruthenium, all the materials, that are rare, iridium, and all those other ones. And
So
they're
it's
like,
pulling it in, basically.
it's transmutation. It's literally taking the molecules apart and reforming it. And I don't know. I think it's just like sputtering. It's like wild. There's no direction to it. Like if you focus or flavor it or try um, to do it the right way, in with right character, you will get certain things that come out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe certain frequencies, maybe. I mean, if we ever figure out what the true frequencies of copper and stuff like that, we might be able to synthesize that, just from carbon. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
carbon's basically the base of everything.
Oh yeah.
So I will go into a little bit more about matter, but and Tesla did his own little investigation on this, and this is actually an illustration that he put out in one of his articles, and he was talking about atmospheric energy and his transmitter and how he wanted to figure out the capacitance of the Earth and the ionosphere and figure out what that was so that he could resonate it. And I think he understood what was coming off the sun and what was coming at us and what was causing all this weather and earthquakes and stuff like that. He knew about piezo electricity and all that stuff back then. I'm pretty sure he knew about crystals and vibrations and all that stuff when electricity is applied to it. And I think that he knew that. I don't know where I was going with that, basically. But
well, let's go back just a little bit. If he knows the capacitance of the Earth, he can resonate the Earth in any way that he wants, or he can pull next to it, or within a certain boundary where it doesn't blow it.
Yeah, one of his examples is that he had the tower as a tire pump, and he was pumping up the Earth. Now, what he meant was electrically, meaning what you see here would be its rested electrical thing, but when you pump it, it grows. It goes out longitudinally. It grows this way, and then it relaxes back, and then it grows, and then relaxes back.
It's like a heartbeat.
Yeah, as long as you do that, no damage will happen to any of the matter within that space. But if you sit there and you go force, you are forcing it across the line, backwards and forwards across that line. And when you do that, like a wire, if you bend it enough, eventually it's going to break.
Yes.
And that's what matter is when you do that. So if you don't want to harm matter, you don't want to harm your own matter, you got to make sure that you use an impulses and not RF. Because when you use RF, it's going to be dangerous. That's when you start getting burns, painful shocks. Although, and Tesla said, he was very clear, a low frequency of this can be dangerous. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So this is why he was into 20K at least. He said around 20K, you won't see breakouts that are destructive. They'll be like a ghostly white discharge. Only around the generator. And this generator is not to be in the middle of the house. This generator isn't to be, underneath somebody. It's to be out in an area that's a little bit away from the house.
Right.
So they can form these fields and allow that plasma to flow through it and then harvest from it. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. All right, that's for later. This was my study on how come there's no breakouts on this. So this is the focusing thing. This is how we focus the plasma. But it also shows you that this has a slight RF field to it. You could tell that by the fluting on these tendrils that come out, the multiple layers, all successive in a row. It means that the energy is going out this way, and then it's coming back slightly off center. Goes out, comes back slightly off center, off, out, and it goes back and forth and back and forth. Longitudinally, it's less of an effect, but it's still going to do damage. You're not going to see it right away. It's going to be something that takes longer. And that's what like the Bedini stuff is. It's because he still uses a little RF on the end.
Right.
Of the impulse. And that little RF on the end, you can generate in a capacitor and it'll charge up the battery. But it's that little RF on the end is actually pounding that plate. And Tesla talked about that when his high voltage AC lighting experiments. And his bulbs, he was trying to find a material that he could use in the bulbs that wouldn't get the living tar beaten out of it, because this thing was, taking the gas and knocking the gas into it. So if you beat something enough, it's going to cook it.
Yes.
You could do that to a chicken. You slap it enough, you'll actually cook it. It's weird.
Wow.
It's weird, but it works. And it's not cooked like you would think, but it does raise the heat in it. So then there were some things that I started to see in the writings about Tesla. They're talking about his life and what he did. He actually hooked himself up to a single terminal, and he literally glowed like this. Literally.
I would have loved to see the actual connection on that.
Yeah, I would too, because it's very mysterious. And it was during the time of the fair, I believe.
Was he blue?
Was he blue?
Well, I asked the field that goes around him that glowed. Was it blue or was it white?
I don't know. Maybe it says. Let's see.
Well, because if you use the center of the Tesla coil, the energy that comes out of it would be blue.
I don't think he was using the center of a Tesla coil in that example. Because in the transformer that he used in this example was the oil-filled one, that's the magnetic disruptor. This is what he used to key it all. That's what I think is a plasma. This is our Earth and the whole magnetosphere and all that. Wait, is this the Earth or? No, this is our solar system. This is the sun.
So, he has another circuit Tesla does for this, the hairpin circuit. You think he was lighting himself up with that? Because he couldn't do it with a hot circuit. That's what I'm getting at. He couldn't put it on.
He was using the negative pole off of his transformer. Yes, he could do that. So probably. But I don't know what color it was. I mean, there's no
just curious.
Photos from that day. I mean, there were photos done, but they were like photos that took like 5 minutes to shoot.
Huh.
So they didn't do them except for like stuff that could, didn't move, like they could place in there. So this is this transformer, and that first thing they talk about his oil-filled transformers as being something that he's been really known for.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what allows him to go from current electricity to ether electricity. And it's different. It is currentless. It is currentless when you attract it in this way. When it's like if you use a core in that, it won't be currentless. So this W is actually a wooden dowel. This whole box is made out of wood, out of oily wood, which coincidentally the Ark of the Covenant was made out of, and had a zinc cover around it, which coincidentally the Ark of the Covenant had a gold cover on it. So where did he get that information? I don't know. It's just a question. But
I don't know, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the wood dowel keeps the frequency steady, so it doesn't move back and forth on the inside. The outside, he needs a high frequency to go there, so you can't use a iron core in there.
True. Yeah, the iron core would slow it down. Yes, but I'll show you. There's another part of this. They showed one wire coming off of this, and he works with circuits like a motor and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a single wire, so it's like a wire wrapped around a core with a copper disc next to it. And the disc is spinning The wires, like if the wire was wrapped around like this,
Hmm.
okay, the disc was up here and would spin the way my hand is moving on the picture.
Okay.
So the longitudinal direction was hitting it in one direction, spinning it, and then because of the inertia of the disc would carry it around. And then the next one come in, it would hit, and then it would spin again, like the proverbial kid on a swing. You learn how to swing it. That's the resonance part. But this transformer you could do anything with. It's oil filled. It's an air core basically. But see how close? I mean, normally air coils are not that close. Built together. And these were made from rubber grommets or bobbins. And then the top part was covered with gucciperta, which is a rubber like silicone. And they used it to cover the wires with that and with oil or with the oil filling here, you could probably get away with cloth covering, and it would make sure that it wouldn't discharge. But the oil is like a perfect dielectric for this because it doesn't allow air to be in there and be excited and give air the ability to beat your coils to death.
Right.
So that's why I was saying, if you're having a problem with your coils breaking out in different places, sheath it, put it in a cup, make a little, almost like a cup, but where the coil can go down into the cup and then you can fill the oil around the outside and still have the inside hollow. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And then you could seal it too if you want.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Yeah,
that would
I've seen
allow you.
people use jars. They've also used the little plastic containers
Yeah.
and made sure that they put some putty or something around the
This
top.
doesn't have to be
Silicone.
that big either. This thing doesn't have to be that big. It doesn't have to be something huge. And I think Terrio Capandas actually used this. He had a little metal box
Mhm.
that looked like it in the beginning, looked almost like this box. And it was sealed. And he had two things coming out like that, and one would go to a coil with a a loose air transformer or air coil transformer, went to his devices and pulled off all the energy he wanted and was just shunting the electric current right to ground. And it was simple.
Hmm.
He didn't have to do anything. And they totally made it out like he was a scammer and all that stuff. He was just reproducing Tesla's work.
Yeah.
All the way along. But this transformer is very important. It allows you to push your potentials to the limit as most as you're comfortable with.
Yes.
You'll learn about this energy when he talks about like they had the weird like a figure eight electrode that he put up to see how it would react with this, and there was like two wires that went in a figure eight next to they were parallel with each other. They
Hmm.
showed the drawings that a thin sheet would form between the two, and he said it was very smooth, and that it wasn't really harsh to look through, almost like the glow of our atmosphere look from the side of it. It has like this opaque blue glow, I think. But yeah, this transformer is probably one of the most keys. And anyways, this is a magnet here. This shows the layers that happen around this. And of course, the electric field is going across these because the magnetic field's coming like this, right? So it's
Hmm.
actually going out and across, and it lights up these areas where I think there's maybe I'm not sure if they're doing just a straight vacuum in this one. I think it is.
They do vacuum in that. Yes, I've seen that one.
There's also another one that's actually a video that I could show if I needed to, but it's kind of boring. It's just showing them, bringing up the vacuum, but it shows that they're doing it from regular air and they're not pumping in anything,
Right.
But these layers are very indicative of how the structure of this field looks. This is the electric structure, actually. That's where it gets, very, it's where it's like condensing in these layers, and it's becoming intensified here and not here. This is like a dark mode. It's still conducting across it. It's just not reacting.
Right. So when you were showing the rodent coil to me before, and you were talking about the layers, that's what I see. Remember, or not the rodent coil, but the actual coil, with all the wraps, and you talked about the blotch wall.
Yeah. 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 You want to hear about the block walls?
Oh, well, go ahead. Just go real quick to that because it'll just take us a minute.
Yeah. Who was it that was showing this?
Sean was showing this.
Sean, that's right. I'm sorry,
So
Sean.
zoom in just a little bit. I just want to see because there's lines in there.
Yeah, no, there's lines. There are definite lines, and these are the ones that I told you that they come out and they go back, and they're very quick. That's why they build on top of each other. So one comes out, it's very bright, goes back, then one comes out, goes back, and it just keeps going until it leaves out until it disappears. And it's just this is RF. This is an RF. This is how you can tell. So you want to be very careful when you're dealing with RF.
So when he's getting the lines in there. We just haven't seen it close enough yet.
No, you can see him in his pictures. Yeah, you can see the lines in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what clued me off. That gave me a clue that it was RF. So, and that's just because his Tesla secondary is not acting like a diode. He has it shaped, so it's acting in free oscillation mode. It's imbalanced. So one side is always going to be high inductance, and the other side is going to be low, and that makes a difference across the coil. I mean, there's real resistance in that coil, so it takes a little time. However small that resistance is, it takes a little time to get through it.
Yes.
Even the electric field is it's not so much the electric field is slowed down by it, it's more the current trying to catch up with it. And when you're dealing with everything, when you impart an electric field, the current is always there. Just how much is there, and how it acts. So I sniped that. That's why it says LME. So whatever.
Yeah.
So this is another picture, another version of that, the plasmoid. This is the most simplest form of plasmoid. This is a single loop. Not much information in here. This would be like a 1 IQ person.
Gotcha.
To make it not a very good analogy, but
did you have the picture of it outside where it's on that volcano?
Yeah, I have those. Yes.
I'll find it for you in just a minute.
Yeah, I don't think that's in my other folder. So
yeah, it is.
Anyways, if anybody wanted to see, how this action happens, from the planet, I know I'm waffling back and forth. Try to bear with me. My ADHD is like triggering like crazy.
It's all right. Go ahead.
And but the Van Allen belts are right here, and that's the whole part of this whole thing. It's all a structure. The electric field is connected directly to us. But it's very. Some of the spots that are on the sun are actually from the connections from the planets. So, and you can actually track them on the top. Usually on the top, along the top of the sun, is one layer, and then there's one on the bottom, and then some will come in the middle, and those are direct connections to the ones that are probably closest to it. So those connections are direct. The ones that are out further are more magnetic, like Jupiter and things like that, because Jupiter has such a huge magnetic field, and so does the sun. It's easier for them to connect over long distances. Once they connect, they become unified, and then they become one. But it all pretty much is all one within the sun's body, even though we seem to think that we're not. And I'm skipping over a lot of other stuff that people are probably freaking out about. This is a CME coming off the sun and how the plasma will move in waves, which is highly dense plasma here. In between is very, very low density plasma, and then high density, and then low density, high density, low density. Does that all the way through. It's the same thing with all the layers I showed you around the magnet. Does
Mhm.
the same thing in the layering there. It's the same type of thing.
Well, they're individualized, which is interesting because there's a spot in between where the high
Yeah,
is
because the
and the
sun
low.
pulsates a little bit. It's
Yeah.
not, it's not, it's not just outputting. If you look over time, you can see the pulsating. It just happens in like a minute to the sun is probably a year. So the amount of time that it takes to rotate and move, all of that matter in that thing. The I don't know if I'm saying that right. But anyways, this all adds up like a battery. You know what I mean? Every layer adds more to the potential. And then eventually it gets to us, and it's 365,000 volts or whatever it starts at from the sun. Generally, will get amplified when it comes to a certain point, and then gets sucked into our planet through the poles. And I can show this natural. Uh, show this natural. Ooh, oh no, I did it. Dang it. Now I just
Went
look
to the other side, huh?
ball of wax. I'm not there yet. What am I looking for?
You're talking about the sun.
Yes. I was looking for a specific. Oh, here it is. It's kind of the same, but it's not. I mean, the solar system does mirror what happens on the planet. It's just it's like a. Why did that not pick up?
I don't know. You're gonna have to zoom that in or something.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
It's not clear.
It's not showing up right. Did I click something wrong?
No, the rest of the pictures look right.
Oh, I just
Just
closed
that one.
Something just went freaky. Okay. No. Okay. I don't know. Something weird. I have no idea. It's deep state. No. I don't see.
Yeah, I think that picture is pretty much lost to us. I don't think we're gonna be able to pull that one.
All right. Well, yeah. Now it's in full screen too. Oh, there we go. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know why. Did this one? I don't know what's going on with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd move on.
That's strange.
It's pretty much a done deal.
All right. Well, anyways, let's get back to what I was really trying to get to here. I mean, I don't know. Let me pause and ask you, do you have any questions?
Not yet. I'm looking forward to the Tesla stuff. To be honest with you, that rod down the center and everything, and then how everything.
Well, you want your
vortexes
rod
in.
down the center. Here it is, right here. This is it. And if you remember, you had the AI read the patent, right?
Mhm.
It says that this coil here, B coil, acts as a single rod because it pushes the frequencies so much, I believe, that it pushes the field outside of it. You know what I mean? Remember how I said where's that coil? Well, you saw the coil, right? The solenoid coil,
Mhm.
the magnetic field around it. Well, that comes out like this, so it just goes along the outside edge. But I do believe this is like a multi-purpose thing. It isn't just for that. And there's a lot more going on here that they don't show. This is a typical Tesla coil. Look at it. Here's your primary,
Mhm.
wraps around the secondary. The only thing different than what you guys do is that the secondary is squat, but it's really long here. He says is to keep the breakout from happening. I'm not sure that this patent is pure because the one way that you could take it is you could say, well, we're not going to change the pictures, but we'll definitely change the wording.
Yes.
And I think maybe after he had passed that some things were changed.
Oh, I think so too, because you have another picture that shows that rod that's not shown right here. So he definitely changed it.
The what rod?
The one where you show it going down into the earth.
Oh yeah. No. All right. This is the patent picture. Okay, so a patent picture is basically a generic version of your device, just to
Yes.
show the how it works. Okay, to give it a mechanical or a reference so that the patent application could look at it and say, okay, I can see how this works. It sounds okay. Oh, approved. You know, um, they didn't know what he was doing. No patent examiner knew what he was doing here, other
Oh,
than
I
what he
could
was
tell you that.
describing.
They wouldn't have approved it, that's for sure.
Yeah, because he lied to everyone, and because he knew that they would say no, and he knew Morgan.
Well, go back to that picture real quick, couple back with the earth. That's that pump.
That's
Oh,
yeah. This is the analogy that he used for his tower.
the exact way that I explained it, right there, the pump. Tesla coil is the pump.
Now, if you look at it, all right, listen, Tesla is very literal when he draws things, when he describes things. You see the hand pump?
Mm-hmm.
What direction is that arrow going?
It's going inward.
Does it come out?
Does the pump come out? Yeah.
No. Does that arrow?
Oh, hold
show
on.
the
Which
other way?
area are you talking about? The one that goes into the earth?
Yeah. Does the arrow show the other way?
No.
Right here.
Yeah, no, it doesn't show the other
Now,
way.
if it was oscillatory, he would have put an arrow on this other side. This is another key that shows you. So he was pumping in one direction and somehow pulling the handle out without affecting what was going on here. So almost like he had a ball cock here, the valve. So you push in and it would pump up, you pull it back out, and it would suck the air from around it, right? Push
Well,
in.
hold on. A Tesla coil doesn't really, how do I say this? It creates a field around it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it goes boom, like a pulse. And then it shoots out the top. Well, it's not exactly going like this. It's ringing.
All right. Okay, let's go from there. Let's go. That's a good question. That's a very good question. Okay. Now we'll handle that. Okay. So your wire comes in and it's feeding this coil, right? What potential is it at here? Let's say you have a 20-volt supply. Okay, so you got 20 volts here. By the time it gets down here, what voltage is it?
Oh, when it goes through the whole thing, it's the voltage is much higher. But
Probably 80 volts, right? Or 100, right?
yeah, but the magnetics are gone.
How does a diode work?
It's a one-way
A
shoot for power.
diode has a material that is positive on one side and negative on the other.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if the current tries to flow one way, that positive negative bias that's in the device will keep it from going in one direction. It will literally block it. It will come in and go stop. This is what a solenoid will do. If you let it do what I was talking about, you impulse it, you tick it. You go bing, right? You just tick it and it will ring. It'll ring at its own frequency.
Right. I know that.
Based upon the circuit. Just like you're doing with the center wire. But you had to remove that center wire from it, right? It's only inside it. It's not connected to it. So it's getting the voltage potential that's going inwards, right? Inside of this. So these lines are going in and impinging on that wire, on that rod you got going down there. So it gets hit all at the same time.
Yeah.
That impulse. So that's the impulse that's coming out at the end of that rod. It's one pressure. It doesn't see the other pressure because it's relaxing on the other part, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't. You're not driving it. Maybe with the ZVS you are kind of driving it, but if you have diodes in there, you're sort of not. There's probably a little bit of RF on the end of it that wiggles a little bit. If you see that in your
There
signal,
is.
if you see that in your signal, you want to clean that up
Yes.
because that will as
It
soon as
takes.
it as soon as it
Sometimes it
goes
takes
the
a
other
while.
way, as soon as it hits the other way from where you were going, it ruins the dipole. Gone.
Right. I seen that when I did a bipolar coil. If you put a diode in it, it makes like a, I want to say it like a half wave. It'll only catch the tops, and it'll like a mountain look,
Yeah, and the
and it
cleaner,
ruins it.
flatter you can get it on the bottom part, the better it is. And that's the one that really matters because that's where that 0 point energy will come in.
Yeah, we do that with the AC Tesla coil. We remove the bottom altogether, and it only works on the top.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. You're using pulses and then converting that. But the best way to do it though is the disruptive discharge with the impulse instead of the AC form. That way you don't have to worry about diodes. You know,
Yeah,
that's what basically the spark gap that he used. All right. Anyways, in the center of this coil is a block wall. This is the north, this is the south, and a block wall would be here.
so you're saying like the sun, it goes in bursts. Is that what you're saying? That the block wall, is it shut off or is it low density?
All right, the block wall. All right, question. I'm trying to think of why you're asking this. I need more information. That's all.
Well, it's because not necessarily the Tesla coil and the way it builds, because it doesn't act like that. It's when you get to other coils that it starts acting more like a zone in the middle of it
Mhm.
that has that blotch wall right there.
Yeah,
That would,
there's a little one right here. It's right where your rod is. It's right in
yes.
the middle, and it's coincidentally right in the middle of my coil too. That one there, and that one there. It's actually if you stand a screw in the middle, it'll actually stand up by itself. It'll just sit there and go like this, and that's the block wall. It's the same thing that Floyd Sweet was doing with the block wall. You know, when he put that piece of metal there and it showed the where it would just sit there and float,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can put the Floyd Sweet device right here or on the other end, sorry, up here, and you can tickle that block wall and that magnet and make it become pliable to a certain frequency. And what he did was impress 100 hertz onto it, which after losses came out to 60 hertz. Amazing. And you know, all that that filtered frequency turned into 60 hertz. And that's why they were doing milliamps to amps in
Right.
conversion. And plus there's the block wall, if you do it right, like you were talking about, I think you're talking about the block wall coming from the side here.
Yes.
And that's the entrance of the plasma. Or I don't know if it's an entrance or exit. It depends, I think, the polarity of the
Well, it depends on how you build it,
pulses
to
you're
be
using.
honest with you.
True. It has a lot to do with other like the coil where it's put, the primary versus the secondary. Which I think that if we were to look at the block wall in the go back to this one. That there might be see where it say connected space. This is basically what it is. This is the block wall right here, the blotch wall, whatever you want to call it. And these vortexes are the north and south pole. They spin in opposite directions. They grind against each other and create vortexes all along here, like he shows. You
Mm-hmm.
can see these. this actually happens. This area here is a plasma donut. It's magnetic, and it constricts this vortex.
By the way, just so I can mention this, Bob Greenyer puts his sacred geometry over it. This just matches it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, this is actually somebody's work. This is not mine. I'm sorry. I can't take credit for this.
No, I understand. I'm just saying it matches what's going on.
Right. Yeah, this is all sacred geometry stuff that's built into nature. Of course, it's going to ring true, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can see it, it's all about geometry at this point. You know, even on this point, you look in the back behind this, you can see that they mapped out even the center points of the toroids that go around it. Mm-hmm. So they can predict the size of these magnetic movements, which if you knew those, you could actually generate from for free.
Yes.
Because once you get this moving, it doesn't like to stop. It has inertia, as you guys seen with the rodent.
Oh yeah, the runaway.
The top and the bottom of the rodent coil is actually going like this. It's turning against itself. There's a north and a south pole to that, and they grind against each other. And then
I always say it's a mesh.
Well, it's I don't know how to explain it. When a wire is like negative, the outside of it's positive around it. When a wire is positive, the outside of it is negative. So those things will actually go and condense in certain layers. Remember I was talking about those layers above and below the earth? That's probably a good segue to that.
Well, hold on. The rodent coil is literally built in two different directions.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so it's
bifather, in nature.
Yeah, it's there no matter what.
Well, same thing with this. I mean, the bifatherness in this is not just, it doesn't end at the tip. It goes beyond. Like I was talking, when I talked to you before about this, it's like this would go follow this line and then splash out and then come back to this plane. And I think that either it goes back in or it goes out, or there's some kind of bifather nature here that brings it either in or out. And it's probably based upon other further geometry. Like if I'm going to go into the pyramids, I'll start talking about this. But
well, real quick, if you overlay an image, it kind of like the old school speak and spell. It goes up and around and comes back in. It's like a butterfly.
Yeah. It actually will sit there and spin like this.
Yes.
These will rotate. This one will rotate this way. This one will rotate this way.
But it's important people know that out of the vortex, they go around that ring that you were just describing with the direction. I try to impress on people that the whole time that it'll literally go out one cone and come back around and go back in the other.
I think the meeting point is the midplane. This is that balanced area, the one where I was talking about the ether.
Right.
The ether is on this plane. And then these are the ionized plasmas.
Right.
So one's a north, one's a south, one's a positive, one's a negative. And they all kind of, when they do merge, they become neutral. You don't see them anymore, and then they just become a regular conductor, spatial conductor. And when they say, oh, well, we see these little energy blips in space, that's just the energy traveling along that network. And eventually, at one point, it'll just get a little above and they'll detect it. They'll be like, oh, it came out of nowhere. And it was like, no, it's just traveling along. It just happened to bump a little bit and you detected it.
There's a little bit of a different effect when you take those two cones and overlap them in the center.
Yeah, that's the Merkaba.
Right. But these ones show them separated. What I'm saying is if you build your coil with them overlapping, then it changes it a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Everything changed. All of the interrelationships between the coils and the capacitances and all that stuff all interrelate. And that's what he's talking about. Every part of that machine must be, you have to go through and make sure that, you get it. Once you get it, though, it's easy to fine tune it. But the rough end part is the hardest part because that's the one where you peak your frequency and all that stuff. And if you don't want to do conversions and stuff, you probably should just have it so the output is at, uh, 60 hertz, which is basically compatible with most devices.
So here, real quick, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Justin in the chat asked him about the conductive cylinder on the Wardenclyffe Tower.
As far as I know, I don't believe that's conductive. I know what one you're talking about. I just saw it myself. Every time I look at that picture, I find something new. And yeah, I just saw it and I was having a little hard time with it. You talk about this black part? I think that's a dielectric covering to keep it from shorting to the wood. Because there's a whole wood setup here for the coils, you know what I mean? Like a form. I don't know if that answered his question.
He said B is the function.
That's a solid rod, yes. This one here?
Yeah, right in the dead center.
Yeah, that's a solid rod that connects to this horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
And the interesting thing about the top here is that these are his single terminal electrodes. These are bulbs with one terminal in it. And the reason why he did that was to keep it from not breaking down or breakout. He didn't want breakout. And the surface of the bulb actually increased the surface so that it was more circular. You know what I mean? So it wouldn't break out on the smaller parts and then lead to a bigger breakout because these were actually much larger. He actually changed this and turned into a mushroom top.
Yes, I saw that.
Which actually made better sense.
Yes, it did.
Well, it depends, though. It depends on if you think that this is something more than what it is. Because I really think, I hope I'm not freaking people out by changing too fast. I really think that.
There we go. That's probably what he wanted to look at right there.
This shows a little bit more structure, too, below and about the water table. And we can talk about that. This is just an increased electrode. They went down into the water table in order to increase the electrode size because the amount of energy that they were going to be pulling in is humongous.
Yes.
I mean, you could think about how much energy is being released in our atmosphere every second of every day. And I will show you guys later on.
So hold on. I don't want to go past this real quick because I want to talk about this.
Yeah,
he's pulling in the energy from the atmosphere, driving it straight down into the water table.
Okay, wait. Let me. Here's another version of it. I don't know whose version of this is. Okay, so we see how this changed up here. Now he did that to increase the actual curvature, so it wouldn't break out. If it broke out, it was always down here, which he could control. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So real quick, you scroll down just a little bit. Yeah, right there. So we see the rod going down the center, and then you see that around it. Is that original to his patent, or do you know?
I'm pretty sure it is because it's on Tesla Universe.
Okay, so the Great Pyramid, we're seeing all the pictures of it, and you're seeing that down every one of those things. Now, I know you're going to explain it a little bit when we get to it, but I'm just saying there's a similarity there.
Yeah, there are parallels through this whole thing. And I'm really glad that you kind of, now there's another one, but this isn't part of Tesla's thing. This is someone's guess. I'm not sure if they did this or not. They said that there were tunnels out here that went down to this piece, but they actually show the water being below the line, which doesn't meet up with the other picture. So
the other picture was much better.
This is probably misinformation here.
Yeah.
It gives you kind of a basic inkling of what he was trying to do. That the ground electrode that he was using He said that it was used to grip the earth. Now, like here, terrestrial gripper. Why would he need to grip the earth?
I don't know. I think that's a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I think it was literal.
Hmm.
I think that this thing would have flown away. I
You
think
think it would have flown away?
I think the pyramids would have flown away if they didn't have the weight that they had. That's
Hmm.
why they were made with all those blocks, was to hold it down. And we'll go into why.
Okay, yeah, because I'm interested.
I got you,
I'm
Pete.
listening. Yeah, you got me there.
But anyways, let's get into this.
Okay.
Welcome to Tesla 101. Now, this was something that he was not. This was all virgin territory. So all of his work in this area, he had no idea what he was doing other than General Electric principles. Some of this stuff that he used, like the grates on Maxwell, some of the stuff. I don't know about Maxwell so much, but like Crooks and all those guys. Oliver Lodge was one of his mentors. But I know this looks like a mess, and I'll try to zoom in a little bit so it's a little bit less messy. But as you impulse it, that's what these blue light lines are. So the impulse goes out, and it tracks this plasma from this layer. Now, this layer, whatever potential it's at, let's say it's 100,000 volts. This layer. If you present 120,000 volts, guess what this layer is going to do? It's going to dip down into here. And then all of this is going to turn into a drain in your tub. And it will look like that. It will come down. I know I showed it kind of, but it's kind of a little erroneous. These are actually bending around the tower and going down around it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably 2 to 4 of them. And I want to say that because I think there's a reason why the pyramid was weighing with 4 sides and why it was aligned to the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, is because there were 4 streams that come down, 4 or 2 pairs that come down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the 2 different versions of plasma and maybe a mix of the both, probably. The plasmas that are coming down are mostly hydrogen based, with some other ones like helium and nitrogen is probably a big one, because that's a lot in our atmosphere, 70%, I believe. And but anyways, this movement down and this twisting down creates these magnetic flows. These are just the voltage potential flowing down. This material is just flowing down and going to ground. And if we look at the bottom here, we can see that it actually drew in the coils. And what this plasma does, it comes down along this and gets drawn in tightly, because this is such a small diameter, that it comes down tightly and goes right in between the coils there on the bottom. And it, from what he has shown in that one patent, the coils are pretty tightly together. So it's not like a loose coupling like most people make. When you make a loose coupling, you want one that's an RF base. You want it to oscillate back and forth by itself. So you ting it once, with a positive, and then it goes one way, and then you ting it one with a negative, and it goes the other way, and then you ting it with another one, and another positive, and it goes the other way. That's basically what most RF Tesla coils do. He was doing something a little bit different, and that's why I bring up the character of his impulse, or his electric energy that he was using. And he kept saying character. What the hell does that mean? the character of currents. And it's like, pound your head, trying to figure out what
Is he trying to say characteristic?
he's trying to say, that it wasn't AC, that
Oh,
it,
definitely not.
that there was a differentiation between AC and what he was using. And the impulses actually,
Hmm.
if you look at, all right, I used an analogy when I was playing on Energetic Forum while I was learning things. And the analogy was is that, he's a magician and he's got his table set up. He's got all his finest china on there, and he pulls the top right off of it. Pulls the covering off the table and leaves the stuff right there. So this is basically what they're doing. You
Well,
set the impulse out, and it pulls the curve, and then it slowly comes in towards the thing. The next one goes out, and it slowly comes in towards it, and eventually it starts building up.
okay, so when he says it's different than AC, potential is different than AC. We create that anytime that we like move a fan or something like that to a generator. You still have to convert it to DC and then back to AC in order to get AC. So it's not AC, though it does still have a sine wave. So
Right. Yours
it,
is actually very close to impulses. The tail end of it has that impurity on it. And you get some of the effect because during that time that it impulses, it's pure. But when
mhm,
it goes the other way, that's when it ruins it. So you see a little bit of the effect and then it goes away. A little
yeah.
bit of the effect and then it goes away. So you don't see a lot of strong effect to it. But when
Mhm,
you do, you will find that the plasma would just move. It'll move into it. It would be throwing it out and pulling it in gently,
mhm.
and
Like
then
a
it
pump.
just keeps ratcheting it in. Yeah, keeps
Like a
ratcheting.
pulse. It's a pulse. Yeah.
It's an
Like a
impulse.
beat frequency.
Yeah. The beat frequency is what happens afterwards. That's the the regular oscillation of it.
So this looks like a tornado, by the way. When it
Yeah.
comes down,
Tesla said that if you did this properly and you were taking a bit of the charges out of the air, that it would swirl the top of the clouds around, and it would light the clouds up, and you could actually see at night. It would be like the moon was glowing.
so hold on. Let's just look into this a little bit. So if I said a tornado, that means the bottom part of the world. So there's a field underneath our field that's on the top. That's probably pretty thin at that point. There's something going on there where it pulls it in tornado zones down the center of our country. So there's probably something going on there that's allowing that vortex to form more often at certain points of the year.
There are pathways that are more indicative, like San Andreas Fault, that go deep into our crust, that are actually uh, plasma filled and conduct more. And and the charges that get built up in the clouds and all that stuff, and the plasma that's there will actually tend to go down in those places. In fact, a lot of the places and temples around the world were built on these nodal points. That
Hmm.
this process here,
Mm-hmm.
whatever this looked like, was a temple and still used that energy. They just used it in a way that was harmonic, like they would build all the statues to a certain tune. And when you pinged them, they would tune at a certain tune, like a healing tune or a meditation tune or all
Mm-hmm.
those other ones. And that's the way they did all of
So they're just so we understand, they're drawing in the vortex by creating the device. The device isn't creating it; they're just drawing it in. They're creating the apparatus to pull it in.
it. Well, they're flavoring it, right?
Yeah.
It's already going in. It's already going in at these spots. Just not going in at, a ton.
Mhm.
And you can concentrate if you do it over a large. The reason why the uh, well, we'll get to pyramids in a little bit. I keep trying to go there, and it's my go-to. Or anyways, let's go back to this. All right, so we got the primary, and then we got the secondary, and we start looking down here, and we go, what the frick is this? Why is this like this? So then I thought to myself, well, if you look back at the schematic, it shows that there's a gap in this system. That's where the gap would be. And this is where he controlled the whole process. He set this at a certain limit. When it got to that limit, it arced over and dumped all of the plasma to the ground.
Okay.
Immediately. So if it got out of hand, it would self-terminate. This is genius, dude.
No, it is.
This is genius level stuff. You didn't have to worry about it causing a connection between the ionosphere and the Earth because it would self-terminate if it got out of control. Which is basically what would happen if you did not have that gap. If let's say that you started pulling down this plasma, and we know about vortexes, they become stronger and stronger and stronger over time when they got a certain amount of flow in it. And let's say that the sun does a CME and dumps a huge, pocket of plasma up there, and it puts a lot of pressure on it. It puts a lot more pressure through your system, and now you're generating a huge amount of current. And then, like you said, a real tornado forms.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. This would stop it. So if anybody's worrying about this stuff going out of control, you can build in safety to it. You don't have to worry about it getting out of control. Tesla would not build something like this and not have some way to say, have the crap button, to turn it off.
Well, it's like, how do I say, it's a big discharge pulse. If your coil gets out of hand, it's always nice to have a giant capacitor filled that you could spark it over and it'd kill the frequencies out of it.
You can do other things too. You can do it like they do with oil fires, like an oil well gets out of control. They use explosives to impulse the fire and it'll blow it out. So basically the same thing happens there. This one's electric. So if this flow is happening between here and that plasma is going in between this, all right? One way to do that would be to either short this, and that would constrict the flow, right? The magnetic field would build up around this, right? And get bigger and bigger and bigger and close this pathway off. And then the plasma would just dissipate. So there are definitely more than a few ways to control this. I don't know what I was doing with the green dots here. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I just start going off and having fun. But yeah, these are some of the things that I saw. Actually, in order to do this, if you follow any of his things, you just put the impulse right here. And it charges this up and it'll pass that impulse along. Of course, this one will bounce back on you, but if you have the right circuits and stuff, you won't have to worry about that. So anyways, this dual coil thing was really, I'm not even sure if this is, it might even be bifilar, dude. I'm not even sure that this is, it doesn't tell you a direction on this. You see?
Yeah, I know that.
It's not connected to that wire there. So that leaves that open that this could be wound in this direction and this one could be wound in the opposite. You know what I mean?
Well, that'd be interesting. Yes.
Yeah, because it would be twisting that field in there, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like the outside would go one way and the inside would go the other. I don't know. These things are really, until we test this, what I want to do is take this part right here and make a Tesla coil like you got. I want you to do this, really.
Like Dollars has. The big wide ones.
We're
very short. Yeah.
Secondary is right here. I want you to make a large one, coil around it and hook it to that secondary, right? On top of it. And then put a big, tightly packed, very close to the other one. Looks like it has a dielectric in there. There's a line. So you might want to put like wax paper or something in there in between it.
Oh, it just gets shielded wire, yeah.
Well, I don't know about shielded because you want that to have that magnetic.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not sparking over is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Yeah. Like wax paper or something in between it would probably help just to keep it from I know what you're talking about, like enamel covered.
Yeah.
But Tesla was of the thing that you didn't. Oops, Tesla was of the thing that you didn't need enamel covering with oil. But it's not really practical in this kind of a situation. I mean, I don't know how you would put. I mean, you could encase this whole thing, but and that would make this go into the extremes.
Yeah, I wouldn't encase that. No, absolutely not. I just
I don't think that you would need it. I think the initiation, the impulse one, is the one that you would have in oil. Because in his building, he had a bunch of oil filled capacitors and containers,
yeah,
like
but I
salt
don't
water
think it's this.
containers
Yeah.
and stuff that he was using for capacitors before he started using bipolar coils to build in the capacitors and not have to worry about making them. Just they just weren't strong enough, super strong. All right, so let's look at the plasma flow, a little bit better. I think this is what it looks like when it gets going. And when it gets going, when this starts flowing, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to impart any energy. It will just flow. You could take energy off of this capacitor down here, you know, but and when you do that, it will close this off for a second, but it will open back up. So this will actually start pulsing. The whole thing will start beating like I was talking about
Mm-hmm.
as you take the energy out. And then the plasma will build up and, go up and go down, go up and down. In this version, there was plasma that probably went down inside of it as well, but I didn't want to deal with it because, as far as I know, this was a whole circular plate, and it wasn't cut for air to go through it or anything. You could
Gotcha.
actually walk around on the top of it because to do maintenance and stuff. But people are asking, oh well, what's this red stuff? Well, this is the one that's in the earth, the plasma that's in the earth. This is the charge carrier, that red material that I showed you. And it goes the way that you're talking about. When you attract the coldness to the interior part, like up here,
Mm-hmm.
the warm goes outside, the hot goes outside of it. And inverse, when it flips, how
Yeah,
you
field flipping, yes.
when it flips, that's when it goes from the outside to the inside. All these parts will get hotter in here.
I try to tell people.
Yeah, then when it
It's
flips
a
again,
field
of course,
flip.
I don't have this the right way down here. It's backwards, but you get the gist.
Mm-hmm.
But so here's that. Yeah, here we go. Well, here it's this is that capacitor right there.
Mm-hmm.
And they keep showing this. What is this? Is that a Crookes tube?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. And coincidentally, that's a TV tube. Except the TV tube has the coils here. And that's probably one of the reasons why they got rid of it. I had a lot of stories of when I was younger, hearing of the old guys running their systems on nothing. And they were TV technicians. And they were vacuum tube specialists.
Reminds me of Dollard.
Yeah. And Dollard was a big RF proponent. RCA actually hired him to work on their antenna systems. So this gives you a little clue as to how you can utilize this. This would probably be off the other side of my other drawing, where the capacitor was on the left-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
So this part would go off that left-hand side. So I think this is a current chopper or an
Okay.
it breaks up the current because this is going to act like a DC. There's going to be a current to the ground. It's not really going to be an AC. The AC is just used to add that impulse to the top part. So it pulls the plasma, and then the plasma, for some reason, goes right through a capacitor. It's the gateway. And I think bifilar coils are pretty much the thing. And this one, I actually could see it being connected. But if you really look at it, and I hate to be a stickler about this stuff, you look at the coloring of this line here. And look at the coloring of this. This is not the same. Someone drew this.
Yeah.
And I did not modify any of these. This came from straight from Tesla Universe.
I wonder if it's just the ink in the printer, though.
It doesn't look like it. It's actually a line. You can see it. It's very, very clear from my point of view. I don't know if you can really see it that well, but this is why I think some of his stuff was modified.
So that we wouldn't understand it correctly.
Yeah, I mean, how do you where's the best place to hide things?
Yeah, and a patent if you know
Right
what you're
out in
doing.
the open.
Yeah.
Tesla did it. Through all of his writings and stuff. I think the best thing that I found on Tesla was when he went to his bankruptcy on the tower, because he was like, listen, I'm going to lose this. And he's like, what do I do? So he went in, he talked to his lawyer, and he says, do you think I could describe the whole process? And his lawyer said, sure. I don't see why they would say anything else. I mean, you have to tell them what it's worth, and they would have to know what it does in order to know how much it's worth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in his bankruptcy hearing, he laid it all out.
Oh, wow. Okay, you got to get that.
And you can get it too. Again, I think some things were probably a little modified, and you could probably tell because of the way Tesla talked.
Mm-hmm.
So
I find that a lot.
So if you see something that doesn't feel right, like you say, that doesn't sound like Tesla, or it doesn't sound like he said that, it's probably right. It's probably he didn't say it. I like to check myself a lot. I go to like 5, 6, 7 sources if I can. I like to make sure that things are the way that they are. But anyways, these are from the sun. This is natural radiation. Any natural longitudinal energy you could use for this. You can even use synthetic. Would you get a gain? Don't know. Don't know yet.
Like I don't know. I guess it depends how high up you go with the first one versus the tube. I guess you would get more energy from the tube. It's concentrated versus the other one, but you never know until you do the test.
There was a story about this process in Secrets of the Cold War, written by Valanasso, I want to say, or something like that. Velios, or I don't know, whatever his name is. A very good book, but it's secondhand stuff, mostly from people who worked around him. Stories from that. The guy did interviews with all the people that worked with him and all that stuff, and got the gist of what he was doing. And he talked about this, and this is a copper plate. Another reason why pushed me to copper in my batteries is because this reacts better. It reacts differently. Let's say it reacts differently than aluminum. And aluminum can actually be pretty good in this sense because it actually will suck in heat very easily. So you might want to think about that.
Oh, yeah, I use a lot of aluminum. Trust me.
I kind of figured you did, but so this is all original stuff. This is all, signed by him, patent numbers. Anybody can find this stuff. Most people probably have. I'm probably spouting at it, and here we go. As long as we covered that part. I think this is the most updated picture I think this was the last plan that he had for the tower, what they were working for, more closely to what was being done, and the structures that were underneath. And let me tell you, this is weird and stuff. I think this has a lot more to do with other experiments that were going on to tell what the ground or the best way of grounding method or anything like that, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is surface and this is underground. And I'm still trying to figure out what this is. Unless he was doing the opposite of the fair weather potential. Whereas above the earth, it goes positive. Below the earth's surface, it goes negative.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Do you understand where I'm going with this?
There's
a near positive potential. Let's say it's 0 up here. And down here, it'd probably be, figure that's what? 200-300 feet? They said it was? Somewhere around there?
Wow.
So, and you figure it's 120 volts above Earth per meter. So what, per 3 feet? So every 3 feet is 120 volts. It's currentless volts, but 120 volts. And when you get it up high enough, when you load a capacitor with it, it becomes strong.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah, capacitor discharges will convert that all to real current. And the oil-filled transformer, which is out on your pole. The same transformer. Except they use sheets. They use very long aluminum sheets, about this wide, and then they roll it, like not like Met glass, but what's that material? It's very soft and it's like a ferrite core material.
Soft iron?
Well, I mean, there's Bessemer steel. That's what Tesla. Let's give the secret out. Bessemer steel is what Tesla gave Westinghouse. That's why Westinghouse's transformers were so superior to anybody else's. Bessemer steel is made during a certain process where they inject oxygen into the process as it's cooking. It creates oxygenated iron. So, and then that iron is very soft and it's very pliable, especially to the magnetic field. And that's what he used in a lot of his stuff.
That oxygen shows up everywhere, by the way.
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah. That was another thing that got me. Hydrogen and oxygen.
Yes.
Are the two main things. And I think hydrogen is so important because it's very low on the energetic scale when compared to the other elements and the ether.
Yeah. Well, oxygen is for crystals, stuff like that too. So there's a lot more work in there than people think.
I think oxygen is very close. I don't know what it is on layers, but I know it's very close. It might be like the opposite side of it, because oxygen is very reactive and hydrogen is not. But together,
yeah, So talk about the grounding rods right there. You see that in there.
That's one thing that's got me. This is because it collapsed on this side, so it took out a lot of these grounding rods. But these were the rods that they called the grippers, the earth grippers, like he would say. It was to grip the earth. And I think it was just I don't know what metaphor he was trying to use on that one. That's one of the ones I haven't been able to figure out. He said electrically. So yeah, he was using the center rod as the pulsar. He was the connector to the earth, and he would impulse the earth,
Mm-hmm.
and that would pull all the plasma from the ionosphere down.
Makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it?
It tightens it up. Yeah. Well, it would actually, I think it would actually strengthen our magnetic field as well.
Yes, it would.
I would think. I don't know. I have to test this.
Well, the way I see the energy, yes, it would.
The way I found, energy doesn't exactly move the way we think sometimes. It has a mind of its own. So
it kind of gives you a reason why they call it a magnetic field, but there's no magnetism in space. It's in a different process. It's close to magnetism, but it's not.
It's a
little different. Yeah.
Magnetism is there, but if it was pure magnetism, there would be so much loss that you would see it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, there's tons of plasma out there, and it's all just looking for a reason to become ionized. So if you're presenting a huge magnetic field, it's going to show up everywhere around that magnetic field.
Yeah. Well, when you start compressing fields together, you start getting a radiation.
Okay.
Just a little tip out there in case you wanted to put the dots together. That's really what's going on here.
So we're past that part. So anytime this happens, this is a total failure.
Oh, big time.
And this is how they trick people. They're like, oh, if you do it, you get this, you're doing Tesla. No, Tesla wasn't about this discharge. He was curious. He was born during probably the biggest storm ever. And in their period over there, they said that he was somehow flavored by the lightning. He was enamored with it. I don't know how much.
No, this is a total waste of energy.
Yeah,
this is just sparkler.
You see all this plasma up here. It's just your energy is just sitting up here. It has nothing to do.
No, you're wasting it.
It's all in the top. And that the other one that you did with his interview, his last interview, gave the impression that it was about a movement towards the tip. He let it go in his last one because he was like, I'm going to die here. And I need to get this out. And we will move to, this is like some of my musings about, how these flows could happen. Mm-hmm. So like the electric flow would go up this way, the impulse, and then naturally the plasma would just follow it down. And of course it's going to twist as it goes down, like all magnetic fields. And when I talk about impulses and I talk about, the types of impulse. Now, Bedini used this type here. It's called the H type. And this H type one is okay, but a lot of the times it would never be this clean on the end. It would always be like this. And whenever you got this, like I said, whenever it crosses this zero line, you're creating stress. The stress tensor multiplies and then it kills the dipole. But if you keep these on the upside, like you were talking about, we're using just the monopole. That's fine, as long as you don't have this. As soon as you have this, it's gone.
Well, I think that's why he put a diode in there, so he can kill the bottom half of it.
The diodes work, but remember, diodes are solid matter. The only difference between is that one side's charged positive, that has more positives in it than negative. The other
Mhm.
side has more negatives than positive. And then between that, there's already a flow direction, moves from negative to positive, whatever it is. But
Now hold on. Go
if you
ahead.
use the avalanche mode, you're pushing a diode backwards to the breakdown point where the current will drive backwards through the diode. So that's avalanche mode.
I just wanted to point out something here. We're dealing with several different types of energy that I've already seen in here. You have potential, you have static, you have magnetic, and we've also seen radiation. All of them in the same system.
Yeah.
So, just so everybody understands that, it's not just two, there's four. There's four different types of energy going on here that you need to be aware of.
They're just not. Some of them are side effects. Some of them are results of results of results. And you
Well,
talk
yeah,
about,
some are cause and some are effect. I won't deny that.
remember that vortex you were talking about?
Right there.
That's just because of the grounding point. Wherever you ground in here will spread out from there, just like the discharge on the top will spread out. On this one, it won't really, but at least not as easy. And then real impulses, like I was thinking about, was like his single terminal one. You could use it to shoot out these rays of these impulses. And that's how I think a ray would be. And you can tailor these to have a pseudo AC on them. And this is how you bury a RF signal in an impulse. You can change the size of these, right? So by the voltage potential. So if it's 100 volts, it's up here. If it's 1,000 volts, it's way up here, right?
Mhm.
So then the pseudo look of it, you can make it tailor to look like an AC sine wave.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get AC out of it. You just have to trick it.
You get a sine wave, maybe a partial sine wave, but
Yeah, you'll get it. It's unclean. It's not clean. You'll have to clean it up. But they got passive filters. So, anyways, these these layers, these plasma layers I was talking about, you see how they're pulling down. This is how the tornado forms.
Mhm.
And when it gets to a point where it literally will break down, it will pour to the ground until that layer runs out. And that's why tornadoes last so long, and how tornadoes can get up to 300 miles or 200 and something miles an hour, whatever the record is because
Mhm.
this stuff is just coming in and it's just pouring down
Yeah,
like
it's like a
huge.
funnel.
It's like Niagara Falls running in that
Mhm.
one spot, you know, and that's what causes. So these areas will have to be outside of cities. This will have to have a little bit of ways around it. It's going to have, it's going to show those things of radiation you were talking about, the all four forms. So you're not going to be able to put this in your house. You know, you could put it in your backyard as long as it's a certain distance away, depending on, you know, the size of the unit. But if you're running something the size of a pyramid, you're not going to be able to run that next to a house. You'll fry it.
Nope. Sorry. Yeah, no, thank you.
That's why he was planning on putting it in places that were out of the way.
All right. If you don't mind, let's tie into the pyramid a little bit with this.
Yes, yes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Do this. All right. Get over with that. I'm sorry. I'm a little unorganized in the way that. All right. So here's how we bridge it. So you're discussing about these plasma flows in here, and I think that he learned this from this. And this shows the Ark of the Covenant, which would be the capacitor, hooked up to the tip. And the outside of this is all covered with a dielectric. Okay? Except for where the tip meets. The dielectric is on the top as well. Okay? So there's a capacitance link between the tip and the ground. And the ground is this whole area that squeezes up to the tip. This is wholly conductive to the ground. It's all conductive there. I ran this just to show that there's a connection to ground.
Mhm.
That literally is connected to the granite that's inside of that. And that granite is connected to the bottom of it in that water well. And that water well is what causes that ground to become uh, hooked into the regular water in there, below ground, the water table. And then this, it just happens the same way. I think that they were charging this up and they were using it as a device to pressurize the plasma in a right way that it forms a balloon.
Okay, this is the it would fly away part.
Mhm. And that's what that plasma on the top will do if you let it go. It would just float because hydrogen is lighter than air, right? So basically, you're kind of like
So hold on.
it's an electrolyzer. It's a natural electrolyzer. That's the first thing.
This is where your my gravity flyer comes into it. I should say.
Okay.
The capacitor, the field, like a balloon, in buoyancy, it just goes up with the heat. Not a problem.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to show you. Yeah, that you're very close, dude. Very close. You just have to remember that you have to fill that balloon. You have to create it in such a way and pump it in such a way that it increases. And
Right.
once it
Okay,
gets to the mass potential, it'll lift up.
Right. That's why it takes a while.
Yeah.
It's like this on the field on the outside.
Well, because of the method. Okay, the method is like the ratchet pump, but it's very tiny. It's like so it takes a long time to fill that up.
Oh, I'm very aware of it.
So that's why sometimes, and I hate to tell you, but it could be location based.
Oh, I know.
Remember
Mm-hmm.
about the temples being built on those areas that have a lot of.
Well, I could always test it. There's a ley line not that far from me.
That would be the perfect place to test it.
I'm right over by the Integratron in California,
That
so
way you already have that plasma
go
flow.
right over to Big Rock and throw it
I
up.
think that's what he was utilizing. He did not tell people.
No,
I don't know if he
people.
knew. I don't know if he really knew, but because I don't think he was. I don't know his. I watched some of the stuff, but I haven't really heard anything about him too much.
No, he doesn't say too much. And when he says it's in Russian, and then we get poor translations.
So, since Pierce Morgan destroyed this, and this one is already built, but nobody is allowed to touch it, Tesla said, I'm going to make my own. And I'm going to make my own, not on the grand scale, but on a personal scale. And this is where he came up with his Pierce Arrow experiment. It's kind of tied to all this. I'll get back to the pyramid in a second. But this is just another example of the other one, It shows how you can do this in a mobile sense, although not as strong. The current isn't as strong going through it, but it's still, once you get it going, it flows. And it will gain in strength depending on the device. It's just the same circuit.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's just on a more personal level.
Virtual ground.
Yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah.
body of the car was a virtual ground. Terrio Campandes did the same thing in his what was it? It wasn't a train, was it? It was a factory, I think, but it was a train factory where they had big rails in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he had the device set on the unit, and he was testing it hooked up to a huge generator, and that was that one wire big copper wheels, and he had the coils below them and turning it, and then it was turning a generator. 15K, maybe 25. I don't remember exactly. I think it was 15 to 17K. But anyways, he started it with a 9-volt battery.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get this thing going, it just slowly builds up.
Yeah, you know what? Hold on. I gotta say this. They always ask, why don't you shove 1,000,000 volts into this thing? It's not needed. It's building capacitance. It's building the energy in that capacitor. It's filling it up.
Well,
That's what's
you
going on
do
here.
you do have to get above the potential of the plasma that you want to harvest. So, let's say that you do a study, and here's something I want someone to do. If anybody has a drone, please put a plasma probe on it and fly that drone up and tell me the results of what you detect, you know, flying around in the atmosphere, because I think we're going to know that there's something there, that there's
Mhm.
an inkling that will show us that it's there. I don't know where else I was going with.
So I found that the spinning magnets create a virtual ground, much like a coil sets to the same frequency as your primary. You can create a virtual ground that way as well.
Yeah, virtual ground is anything that's in capacitance with the earth. If you're using the reference to ground to earth, that has to be your thing. And in the system, if you're using a virtual ground, it's basically just a horizontal capacitance to the earth. I mean, that's even we are, you know, and that
Yeah.
happens every time you touch your device. You see it. So this is kind of like the inside of it, and how they made circuits and different ways to use them. I think uh, from the way that I was originally looked, the tip was up here, it ran down here, and it was probably a copper rod that ran down the side and into this, and it only poked in because in the process of this and pulling down the plasma and getting the charge from the plasma, the hydrogen is free and it wants to be bonded. So the H2 just sit there looking for oxygen, and oxygen's everywhere in our atmosphere. And it will pull the oxygen and become water. When it does, it releases energy, its charge, right? Well, the difference between the ground and the tip is very high potential. So that kind of electrolyzes it as it's there. And not only on, you can't just take apart water with electrolysis, you can actually put it together as well. So if you charge it up like hydrogen, it will seek out oxygen.
Stanley Myers.
Yes,
Same thing.
that and the plasma channel did a big thing on it too,
Hmm.
where he was trying to attract water, via the higher potential and stuff. Well, the hydrogen still is attracted the same way. So the hydrogen comes down, mixes with air, creates water. That's why they had a wall around this thing.
Yeah, at the very bottom,
Yeah, there
because
was
it
a
would
wall,
accumulate water
pretty,
under it. Yes.
pretty extensive wall too, pretty thick, and it was the water was just sitting here, and I think it was the the um, another use for this pyramid was the conditioning or the structuring of water.
Oh,
Because
yes.
in the process of structuring the water, it cleans the water. It
Mhm.
ejects all of the impurities. And I think that's how they were. This is why I say it was a terraforming device, is because not only was it creating water from above, I'm sorry, I'm partially Italian, but not only was it pulling down hydrogen from above and creating water that way, it was actually pulling water from below statically, just like you can pull the water sideways in a tap with a comb, a plastic comb. It'll be attracted, it'll move towards it and bend. And that's the same thing I think that they were using.
What
And
granite sucks up water like a candle wick.
what's that?
It's, granite sucks up water like a candle wick. It'll
That
stay in the granite itself.
because it's water is statically attracted, and granite is actually a good conductor of static electricity. It's piezoelectric in some sense, not wholly, but it's enough. And rose granite is radioactive partially. So they were pre-ionizing this thing,
Yeah.
you know, the pathways and everything. It was like creating circuits through this, flavoring it. because
Yeah.
those tunnels flavor it. The Grand Gallery was full of tuners. They were like statues that had coils, and they were, you know, had things on them and stuff. They didn't know what they were walking into. They just took all that stuff and moved it away. That's what all those slots are in the Grand Gallery as you walk up the thing on the sides. They were for those big statues. They were all lined up and along there, and they took them out because I don't know. You want to shove 1 million people through that, you know, in a year, you have to take out all the stuff that's in it, and then you got people asking, "What is this?"
Yeah, they disabled that some of the pyramid.
Well, they
Whole
had
of it.
to. They had
Yeah.
to. You know, in the year 2000, they had this big grand idea. They were going to put a gold tip on it.
Hmm.
And a wasp was up there. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to put a tip on it. And every media that I could get on there, I was like, do not put the tip on. Do not put the tip on. There is no arc. There's no control. And that thing will go into runaway because the top part doesn't have all of the dielectric on it. The top part does on the main coffee, I think. And then about 7,500 feet below that, it's stripped off. They
Hmm.
pulled it all off to build other things. So
Yeah.
they actually took it apart.
Yeah, they did.
And it's a little active. It's going around that dielectric. So it's a little active. So that's why they're seeing these structures below. Now we can start talking about this now.
Oh yeah. That's the good part.
So I don't these are the first initial ones. You know, the ones that the pictures that you're seeing of those scans of the pyramids.
Yeah,
These
you
were the
went back.
originals.
There it
These
is.
were the originals. Okay. These were kind of like a magnetic study of how the shape would uh, would affect the electric field and the magnetic field in the area. And these are the readings that they got. I'm not sure if this was actually done on the pyramid itself or from a pyramidal structure. I'm assuming it's probably a pyramidal structure, but it's built along the same lines, scale wise, as a pyramid. I'm not sure. I'd have to find out more. But if we look down into the heaviest of these, that's exactly the picture that they're showing.
Mm-hmm.
And those lines that we see in there, and that's the actual plasma. If you see these layers here as the magnetic field gets stronger, it actually couples to the side of the pyramid and goes down into the earth. And that's what pulls this up. And that is that the red, coincidentally, it's red. I don't know why. But it's technically meant to do a density, I believe, or something like that. You know, when they do like temperature
Yes.
sensors and stuff like that. So red is the highest, yellow is the next lowest, and then blues are cool or less dense. It's kind of that way. But as you can see, it actually couples to these layers. This, if you put the Tesla coil in there, is exactly what's going on. So the higher the top of that potential gets on the Tesla tower, the further up it goes. It pulls
Yes.
this down. It pulls this field down. As you see, it's kind of denting it, pulling it down. And it'll do that all the way up because it's actually there. It's in the way. So it's actually magnifying that. And the red stuff is actually charge coming up through the tip, going out the tip, which I don't know how far it goes. It doesn't show it going that far, but I don't know if they stop this at the tip up here or if they actually, this is the full scan. but you can actually kind of see a ghosted pyramid in here. See it?
No, I see it.
I don't know if I'm matrixing right now or whatever, but anyways,
What's fascinating that it matches that Tesla coil so well in the Warden Cliff of what he went over there and saw and what is going on here.
yeah, I remember Tesla is sensitive. He was sensitive, electrosensitive. So, and I think what he was doing was trying to expose himself to the high voltage field so that he would be less sensitive, because his whole experimentation route was all voltage,
Yeah.
But he could tell, he was sitting there saying in one of his experiments he was doing with a proper Tesla coil with the disruptive discharge.
Mhm.
After he figured out that we can't use thin wires because it explodes, but the disruptive discharge actually pushed the atoms of the copper apart to where it would disassociate, would
Mhm.
actually vaporize, and that's how strong these impulses are. That he used millions of volts, though. Let's just put it that way. His teleforce and stuff like that was used with a 1,000,000 volt plus, and he would just charge matter up to where it was so high in voltage, and then allow it to eject itself at the end of an open-ended vacuum tube, like a piece of mercury. Would just kick off a little portion of it. It would charge up highly and then eject right out the end. He said that he could charge things to 1,000,000 plus volts instantly when it would hit. It would just cause it basically like the exploding wire. Literally blow the thing apart.
That's so cool. You'd love to see it once, but then never see it again.
It's it's the type of things that people could do as a weapon, but even if you did, if I presented a higher or an equal reflection voltage, it would push it right away. You can defend against this stuff.
Hmm.
You have to have a system that can ping, return the value, and then reflect it from that. So I wouldn't worry about people doing things that are harmful. This energy seems to be intent driven, only because it connects with our plasma. It's like a sympathetic resonance.
Hmm.
If somebody goes into an experiment, they were talking about like placebo effect and stuff, how strong it is on you.
Yeah.
Go into an experiment and you got something in your head that says it's going to come out this way. It's going to come out that way.
Yeah.
So if somebody's going into this and saying, I'm going to debunk this, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, it's not going to work for them. And they'll say, oh, I was right. It's false. It's fake. And it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I don't like those
You don't know how to
debunkers.
operate it. That's why there were priests. That's why there were shamans. That's why there were people who were sitting in positions that held this knowledge. They could be trusted. You know what I mean? They wouldn't do bad things like that. Wouldn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, just to say this, those debunkers, they should just do the work. Quit sitting on the couch eating your potato chips and talking. Do the
I
work.
was guilty of it when I was a kid. When I was working on the Energy Forum when I first started, I didn't do anything. I just sat there and said, "Oh, the book says this. You're wrong." I was one of those guys.
I hate that. I absolutely hate it.
And then I cracked the book Tesla, and it ruined me for the rest of my life.
That's right.
Because once you get into it, I don't even know what I'm looking for here. But
because they're always dealing with controlled energy.
The other one.
It's energy with limits and boundaries. This is different. It's not. This is more of the pure energy form that we're dealing with here.
It's the medium of space. It's the actual conductor of space. It's a superconductor. If you want a superconductor, this is how to do it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Plasma. It's mobile. You could make it in a heartbeat, or you can cause it to form. or condense. You can't make it. It's already made. There's nothing going to change that. That's why you can't neither create nor destroy energy.
Yeah.
It's
You
physics.
you can only create the system to pull the vortex in. You cannot create it.
Right. You can learn how to play with it. You can learn how to pressurize it. Oh, wow, that's right. An incompressible fluid. Methods of gain.
You-
Uh,
you- I don't think it's incompressible. It's compressible. In certain situations, you can compress the energy.
okay, let's put it this way. It's not self. It's. I don't think it's self-compressible. You know what I mean? Because
No, you have to
it's a
modify.
conductor. It's its own conductor. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So you need something to pull it in, and that's what matter is. Matter is the anchor. Um, that's the attachment point, the conversion point, where you can take it and then, well, I'm going to have it pass by here. Well, you can't pass by there without matter. What matter is another story. I think it's a plasmoid, a dusty plasmoid. Um, a bunch of them. You know.
Oh, you got those plasmoid pictures. Let's take a look at those.
Yeah. Well, actually, this is the active pyramid. When you put an active potential on it, this is what it looks like.
That I believe right there.
So when you like, if you took a pyramid, this shape, this electrode, this shape, and put it on the end of your Tesla coil, this is what you would see with a glow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You would even see the parts that are dim, like Sean saw in his pictures with the voids and stuff. That's
Yes.
because when you suck plasma in, sometimes it's just not available uh, immediately, so it leaves a void, and that's because all the plasma condensed over into a line. But it will, I assure you, at the end of the impulse, when it breathes in, it will pull in more plasma with it.
Yes.
So you don't have to worry about creating vacuums, free floating vacuums. They don't happen.
So hold on, real quick before we go back to that. Sorry, I just saw what that caught my eye. Bottom right, it says H on it. Can you explain that?
Um, this has to do with the current or magnetic field, I believe. The first one is voltage per meter. So that shows the electric current.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is the magnetic,
Okay.
is the inverse, right? I know what you're looking at. I know why you're looking there.
We all have questions, man.
That's the king's chamber, my friend.
Yes, it is.
So, and that's where they were charging the arc, you know? And I don't think that it even needed wires.
No, you wouldn't need them.
The
That's
cherub that were on top of the ark, they were said to look like this.
mm-hmm.
Okay. There were two angels with their wings pointed towards each other like this. And then it would discharge across if it got too much. That's how you would know that the capacitor is full. So when they hooked it up,
Just
they just sat there and waited to it to discharge across. When they did, they took it off and it was charged. And then they would take the arc out and they'd put it on top of a block and they'd wet it, get a little wet on it, the water, probably all the way around it, even, but they wouldn't go as far as the sand because as soon as you do that, it would stick to the sand. So, and then they'd set the on top and they would hook one of the wings to the block and it would start to float because the ether that is attracted to this. Now, they also, inside the Ark of the Covenant, uh, they were gold miners. Okay. They loved gold. Everything they did was gold. And the pharaohs thought that if you ate gold, you were more godlike. So that they would make an extract of gold. It was called the white powder of gold. It's called shoe bread. And shoe bread was the priest thing that they would give to the pharaoh. And it was the white powder of gold. This stuff is a monoatomic superconductor. And the story behind it, if you go into Ormus and all this stuff, it's a really cool story. It's on the internet. Go look it up. Uh, the guy, he's a rancher. He tried to grow cotton in an area, it wouldn't grow. He was like, "Why is it not growing? I can't make a living if I can't grow cotton." So he went to a chemist, and a geologist and started to go through and find out why isn't it growing. He thought, is it too acidic? Is it too, this? Is there, what's going on here? And he tried everything to figure it out. He sent it to a chemical analyst that kept coming back, aluminum, silicon, all this other basic stuff. And then he was like, he went to the guy who made the device, and it's called an arc strike uh, mechanism, which is they strike an arc and they boil the material until it evaporates when it loses weight. And every time it loses weight is a certain material evaporating off out of the material. And they can sense every time that a material evaporates, they know that that's rhodium, that's aluminum, that's silicon, and all this. And so they know when it boils off and how much it boils off and how much weight it loses as to, how much, what's in it. And they were having a hard time. And he read the book on this machine. It's a one of a kind machine, dude. This arc strike machine is in material analysis, and it's an arc strike machine. And that it's pretty famous, but it's a one of a kind machine. And so he went to the guy who had one and went through the whole process. And he started to watch it, when it was doing it, strike the arc through the powder. And he'd go in and he was like, yeah, he says, I'm getting aluminum, I'm getting this, I'm getting that. And he'd shut it off. He was like, well, wait a minute, let it go. Let it go longer. So he let it go longer. And after a little while, he started getting ruthenium, osmosium, the rare earths, the ones you can make a lot of money from.
Yeah.
So, and then he's like, where did these all come from? And they were in weights that just didn't make sense. So then he was sitting there, he's like, I can't believe it. He looked down there, he goes, there's nothing in the tray. And he's like, you're still reading this stuff? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, there's nothing in the tray. What are you talking about? So you walked over, there's nothing in it. Oh, something's wrong. So he turned it off. They turned it off. And I think they went through and they looked, and when it cooled down, the powder was back. And he's like, what is going on here? Couldn't figure it out. So they went through the process again. They start all over. And meanwhile, every time they do this, they go through like 15 grand because that electrode, that tungsten electrode, is a special electrode. And it costs like 15 grand for like 2 of them or something. So he's spending a lot of money on this stuff. And so anyways, comes down to it that the next time they tried it and it disappeared, he took a little thing and reached it into there and moved it around in the tray. And then he was like, it doesn't seem like there's anything in there. So they turned it off, and when it cooled down, it came back. And would you not believe that area that he moved his thing, the powder had that in that. The exact same way that he moved it. So he couldn't figure it out. So what he kind of figured out, what eventually the whole gist of it is, he thinks that it became aerosol, and the particles were quantum tied together because they started in the tray together. So then all they did was expand the area out in between each particle massively, but still kept it together. So it blew up like a balloon. And I think that if the machine wasn't as heavy as it was, it would have floated away. And at the end of the experiment, they were just wondering if they just kept going with it, what would it do? And it got to a point where it flashed. It just got to a point where it just hit and it discharged. And it discharged so much that all the rubber stuff in the room turned to powder.
Really?
So that's how much energy was in there. They let it build up. They didn't know about it. And when it discharged, like with it cooling down, it all goes back down into the tray. So I think that's how they did it, and how Ed Liskalen did it when he moved those blocks down in in Florida with Coral Castle. He figured it out. He put water on the coral pieces. He hooked up his device, charged it up, and I don't know if I don't know if he used the white powder gold, but I know hydrogen has a lot to do with it, so that water can actually have that effect as well.
Hmm.
Because water shows that it evaporates, right? And if you can statically hold that water together, it'll form a bag, won't it? Basically,
Oh, it does. Yes.
there you go, float. So the reports of the kids, the teens at that time, Lascalin, uh, of him walking with a rope like there were balloons over him and
Hmm.
walking along were true. They saw him floating them things like balloons, and all because of that device that he had. And I think it was just an exciter, and he knew about this white powder gold. He knew the action of it. Um, they said that he went down and studied everything Tesla and all that stuff. I don't know if you get that information from Tesla. I got that from esoteric information about the
Okay.
pyramids, you know, about the pharaohs and all that stuff, because I'm a big history buff. I got to watch everything, about that.
They're with you.
It's one of my things. But all right, so now that I've gone way off on the thing, I started to actually say, well, see the circle that's in that pyramid thing.
Hmm.
It's extended outside the tip. So I'm pretty sure that electric field that was in that one wasn't complete all the way, and I think that's probably because of the device that they used to sense it. Our tools are not perfect, but this is a way that you separate, the plasmas. I'm starting to sound bored. All right, where was I going with this? I keep losing my. Oh, the block wall. Stargate.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
You want to breach that subject?
Stargate. That right there. It's a flowing magnetic field that goes into plasma that's attracted to the rod.
Block wall being excited. That's the one that shows you that surface in between uh, the north and the south.
Hmm.
So in this area, right directly in between is the blotch wall. And I know I say it like block wall and blotch wall because they're said both ways. So I don't know what one to take most of the time. But these lines that are out here are actually revolving. So they spin like this.
Hmm.
And that's what you're seeing here. It's just that the camera is too slow to pick up all the discharges. But this is more. I'm not sure if this one is an RF, or I'm pretty sure it's an RF version. Most of them are. But this is why the Tesla coil is a toy, because people aren't using the right character of energy, as Tesla like to put it. And the blushoir, if I can find my. Oh, that's what we were trying to go towards.
That's what. Yeah.
All right.
The plasmoids.
Mention the bottom part. Here. There we go. So this is done from fluidic studies. It isn't just fluid. This happens with smoke, air, everything in nature. I'm going to have to share my other folder because I can't get to the other pictures. I think this one's in it. So give me a second.
Oh, yeah.
My other. This is
Joe's so excited about the smoke. He showed me the same thing.
Yeah. vortex rings. Here we go. These are the natural ones. Oh wait, hold on. Got to share it.
Yeah, you got to share it.
Can't do it without sharing. Share.
Oh, this is the picture I wanted to see right here.
Now these are pretty cool because these are two different plasmoids. This is the mushroom one and the vortex one, the bubble ring. One bears the other just from its motion. So these are spinning like this. If you were to cut this in half, okay, so like it's half a loop, it would be spinning like this, and then this side would be spinning like this. As you can actually see it. You can see the tuft going in, and that's it spinning like this. And it's like, it's all 3D going up inside it. That's what causes the mushroom. But, I mean, there are other things. So I started doing a search, and this was the best way to get it at first. But this is very limited. And it only goes from the ground to the surface. And I was like, I got to have something better to show it. Now, this is a smoke ring version.
God, it comes in so clear, too.
Yeah, this one you can actually see the layers. And smoke is amazing. It has layers that are much like the double layers in plasma, where you get these areas that are very less dense in smoke and areas that are so dense in smoke. But you can see the inside and the out. This is the other part of the inside. It's like a 3D version turned slightly.
Yeah, I thought.
And then you can use these to shoot things. And people have got tons of videos of those. I'm not going to waste anybody's time doing that. If you want to see that, you can just look up vortex rings, and you will see tons of people making devices that make them. And these will shoot for extremely long distances, sometimes very forcefully. So, and
okay, hold on. That's why they talk about propulsion with this.
Yeah, that's why it's you can stack these puffs, and you can push them together pretty well, and they will hold up because they're spinning themselves. So, you got the action holding itself together and pushing against another one. So they stack up, like cells. Sometimes they actually, if you do them small enough, they'll actually fit into the other one and balloon out this area, which I do have some pictures of. I just don't have them on this. I don't know why. So that's a very small vortex ring share on that one. There's more to it, but my idea was more of to figure out natural views.
Can you give me a second? There you go.
Now this vortex ring is actually traveling in this direction. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we're highly attracted to a hydrogen flow coming from the center of our galaxy that has a humongous plasmoid that probably looks like the straight one that I showed you. Remember the connected one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I have that one I don't know if I have that one. I like this one. It's pretty cool, but you can tell this is AI generated because of see the plasma layers in here?
Mm-hmm.
They don't make sense.
No.
See, it curves down back on itself. This is an AI rendition.
There it is.
So you can see that some of it is actually pretty correct, but then it doubles on itself. And plasmoids don't form that way. Not natural ones. I don't even think that man-made ones form that way. This is supposed to be like a picture of the tokamak, which I kind of laugh at because you can fatten that tire up as much as you want, but I don't think that you're going to get any energy out of that because it's conservative. It constricts, you know? I
Yeah.
don't see that there's a way that you're going to get anything through that. Maybe through the top and the bottom.
There you go. There you
You
go.
might,
Because you got to pull in the environment in
but
order to pull the energy.
they got no way to harvest it.
Oh, sure you can.
Well, they don't incorporate it.
Oh, they don't hear?
Well,
No.
we know of a way, but they don't.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? I mean, that's why they're doing nothing with it. That's why it's going nowhere. It's
Oh,
because
really? Because they don't know how to harvest it? That was the easiest part.
as much as energy as they pump into it is what they're going to get out of it if it's 100%. They're not taking into account this part
No,
and the
not.
way it's harvest from this.
That's where the energy is.
Yeah, that's where the whole flow is. They're not getting it because they laser focus on things. You know what I mean? They're like if I become a specialist, okay, and I'm a hard drive specialist, I lock myself away from knowing anything else about the system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm a computer specialist, I know about I educate myself about a whole range of stuff. But when they're vortex specialists, this is all you see.
This is
This,
sad.
and this doesn't make sense. It's because they don't show it all, you know? And they're not
Well,
aware of it all because they specialize.
we were talking about the field earlier, pulling in one side and going out the other.
Yeah, there's actually a travel direction of this. In this case, I would probably just go from bottom to top and just say, this is the flow pattern. But most of them are bi-directional if you do it right. If you present a single impulse in the middle, it will pull from the bottom and the top.
Well, yeah, it should. Back and forth, back and forth.
Well, actually, no. Remember, because if we follow your flipping rule, the ionosphere is positive, surface is zero, the inside's negative. That flip is between, those two extremes. It's
Okay.
already flipped. You know what I mean? There's a capacitance between the ionosphere and the Earth.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a geometry qual. You flip them back and forth and pulsing to get the energy.
Yeah, you're talking about, us.
Yeah, I'm wrong area.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I always lose it. Why is hydrogen so special? Well, it's the only atom that has one valence electron, or what they call an electron. I think it's exactly what it is, what we see here. It's a shell, it's a plasma shell, and there are double layers. And there are nested double layers, which we probably won't be able to see because this is about as far as we're going to get. This is a quantum computer. What they say is a quantum electron microscope, computer aided electron microscope.
Okay.
If we're going to understand this a lot better, an electron in this sense in the scope is a plasmoid, like I showed you,
Mm-hmm.
traveling towards this. So it's going in towards this and then splashes on that and reflects back. And then comes back and they sense that backscatter. There's a version that's like an X-ray that goes through it, but that's destructive. And the sample is gone after that. So
Okay, so let me just say this before we go any further. I'm seeing that same thing that we looked at with the sun, where you have different layers at different densities in this whole thing, and it's building out as a higher capacitance inside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
You're right.
building out.
You're right. Well, let's say that the inside has these flakes in it, okay, and then there's it segments that space. That's the plasmoid, the segmentation of the ether or the plasma.
Mm-hmm.
That's what causes these flows and these things to condense around it. is that displacement of the ether. If it's not even, it's going to be ionic. You know what I mean? It's
Oh
going to
yeah,
radiate.
radiation. There you go.
Well,
A
radiant is different than radiation. Okay.
little
Radiant
bit.
is one way. So, uh, radiant matter is just matter that says, I'm here. And the reason it can say, I'm here is because there's a flow happening here that allows it to enter energy and oscillate for the rest of its existence. There's no miraculous energy here. It's just coming through the middle, through the block wall, and giving energy to this process. Once this has been formed, how this gets formed, I don't know. Maybe it's the sun. When every time it kicks out a CME, it kicks out little tiny plasmoids, and those find dusty particles that stick to them, and they become matter. And size of the plasmoid, the frequency of it, the length of the like, there are two different types of plasmoids. The well, there's several different. I don't want to limit it to two, but you know the donut one, right?
Hmm.
There is a one that looks like a brain. It's like it's all twisted and it goes through here and it looks like your brain. It's all one connected piece, all connected to itself, self-terminated. And it gets all of its energy through induction through this connection, through these connections, through the polar and the equatorial. Same thing that we see around planets and all that stuff.
So hold on.
And the
This.
sun, coincidentally, and the galaxy, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I agree. They always said the world's like a hydrogen atom, and this is why.
It keeps repeating.
Yeah.
As
But-
further we look, the more we're going to find this.
This, by the way, just so you understand, this is the exact field that gravity flyer puts out.
Yeah.
The exact way.
Yeah, especially the bottom part that you're building. And that's the one where it's got me going, at some point in time, we're going to have to start thinking about, are you going to attract yourself to the planet or off the planet? You know what I mean? Because you create your own gravity. What does that mean? I mean, how does it interact with the gravity that's already here?
Well, I would think it'd be independent of it. That's my thought on it. So
Do you think that it becomes like what was that?
well, let me be as real simple as I can. It's like blowing a bubble. And inside the bubble, the inside's completely different than the outside.
Right.
And it's as simple as that. Bubbles don't obey the laws of gravity as much as people think they do.
Oh
If
no,
you
they're
put,
counterintuitive. I mean, they could fly up in the air if they have.
yeah, put heat in them, they go up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just blow them off a bubble maker, they go down. There's no difference here. This is the layers that Sal Payas talks about right here.
Yeah.
But this is how you create it. You could see that there's two different fields here. There's the one that holds it in, and then there's the one that's like, it looks like a statically charged field. It's what I always say, the radiant energy holds in the static energy, and it keeps it in that plasmoid shape or atom shape, if you'd like. But it all works the same way. This isn't changing the world. We already know how to create the field around an anti-gravity craft, and this is it. It's been this way the whole time.
Yeah, and the way you control its direction, put little dimples on it. Move the
Yeah,
dimple
you
around.
just on the outside. So like
Move the
OSC
dimples.
car with the little C shapes on the outside, and each one of them creates a direction to go either way when you turn them on.
Yeah,
That's
it'll act just like a Tesla coil. And
Yeah, you could
put dimple
change the
on it,
pitch.
once you put the dimple on it, it will go out that dimple, and then you can move around.
That's right.
So it's they call it asymmetric capacitor or something like that.
Asymmetric capacitor.
Yeah. I thought that's what it was. So yeah, when I saw this, I was like, "Oh my!" This and you know what I was showing you last time. You see this little blob here?
Mhm.
This is what we would consider the actual electron. This other side shows a little bit of less density right about here. That's
Mhm.
the anti-electron, because what you do over here shows over here. So direct, uh, exactly opposite. It will be a deficit of plasma over here, and a bunch of plasma here, and that's what will be your electron. And as you see, it gets kind of thicker and thinner. Like it gets thinner this way,
Mhm.
and then gets thinner and thinner, and it gets thicker and thicker and thicker again. And they were like saying, "Well, this is the probability cloud." And I'm like, "All right, listen. If you don't understand about how the picture is taken, don't talk, because they shoot these plasmoids at them. They call them electrons. They call them the backscatter electron, thing. So it's like they shoot these electrons, these plasmoids at it, and it bounces on it, and then it reflects back its picture, what it sees, and then they sense that,
Mhm.
right? And it gives them, if they do enough of them, it'll act like a screen on a TV. Go along and just form the picture as it goes along, and it records it. It doesn't illuminate the whole thing. It does it pixel by pixel, little dots by little dots, and it backspatters, and then they take the differential of all of the signal it got, and then it focuses it, does a kind of like a chromic aberration type focusing with other magnets in front of it. It's very complicated.
Hmm.
I don't want to bore people with it, but it allows them to see these things, and what they do is they take a bunch of video of the gas in the chamber, and eventually one of them's going to pass in front of the camera, and that's what happened.
Okay, so let me
The
say,
detector.
let me say something here. So we look at transmutation, right? And we say it goes through the center there in the vortexes, right? The two opposing vortexes. So I don't think people put the relationship together right. If you take hydrogen and oxygen, you get water, right?
Hmm.
That's as simple as it gets. But they're two gases making a liquid.
Hmm.
So it's no different than when you're transmutating something. You're pulling something to its base elements, and then you're recombining it to something else. That's all that it's doing.
Well, you can
So,
take it one further as well. You could say
mhm,
that hydrogen is positively charged and the oxygen's negatively charged, and relate it that way.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's why they're attracted to each other.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. I'm just trying to say that transmutation is not as hard as you think it is. It's simply just breaking things apart and pulling them apart at that level and then recombining them. So when you talk thunderstorm generator, that's what they're doing. They're pulling them apart, they're prepping them, pulling them apart, and then combining them with different things to shoot them out the other side. It's that easy. This is not very hard to transmutate.
yeah. The thunderstorm generator, I think, works on this premise. It goes in, it ionizes the gas in the end,
Yes.
and then it statically charges it so that when it burns, it immediately deposits itself on the walls of the piston. I think after a while, that piston is going to get gunky. It's going to seize. So maybe long-term effects might show this. Hopefully, um, it is something that they can fix, though. They can clean that. Like certain oils will allow them to take you know, as the piston goes up and down, it sweeps the oil up and down, and it will take that residue off. It probably will show in the oil more. So if they test it, they should probably test it there. That carbon is going somewhere. It's
I,
not just
no, I understand. I like I said, I think it's
it
connected to other
could be
elements.
transmuting it as
Yeah.
well. It could be, and it could be transmitting it into iron. It could be transmitted into aluminum. It could be transmitted into silicon. Who knows? At this point. But until they start testing it, when they start doing a lot of the material tests on it, that's really going to show if they have something.
Yeah. Well, it's resonant spheres that are doing this. So Yeah, ionize it. So you charge the
It's
you
I think
charge
it's
the water, yeah,
I think it's
and then
bifilar
it
plasma.
yeah, well, it allows you to pull the oxygen from the hydrogen,
Mhm.
and it'll yank it apart. So now it's open. Now it's ready to be transmutated.
It step charges it, just like
Yeah.
Myers did. So
Yes.
literally,
Exact same thing.
they're electrolyzing the water that's coming in it, the humidity,
Hmm.
so that it turns into a gas. It separates into hydrogen and oxygen, which is
Yes.
Brown's gas.
Hmm.
Plus, they have the additional oxygen from that's coming in from the intake. Plus, they have the additional exhaust that's coming in that they recycle, which adds carbon to it. The carbon might be a key because we use carbon to filter things.
Mm.
It might be soaking up the impurities and then depositing it, or that's the part of the sphericals that are showing up in that chamber. They're being statically pushed out to the edges or whatever. Might have something to do with it. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a conversation that should be had though. I mean, they should really go through this and start looking at even other explanations, even besides what they're doing. But anyways, I thought it was kind of interesting to see that, and you could see the cloud around the center part is like very clear, and I think this is pretty much like the Van Allen belts around our planet.
Hmm. Exact same thing.
Yeah, yeah, and these other areas are because they're looking over it from a point of view. They're looking down over it. It's not exactly, you know, you know, 90%, the 90-degree perpendicular or whatever.
Well, it's holding it in, but it's also uh, it can have leakage if it gets too high of one of the charges. There'll be leakage into the other. I've found that.
Oh yeah, I think this will actually move. This is a physical substance.
Hmm.
I don't think these are probability shells. This is a plasma substance that is surrounding this. And if you actually, oh, I want to kind of deviate off that for a second. Oh, wait. Oh, crap. I wanted to show you something that I found that you were talking about.
Yeah, take
I
a
want to
minute
make,
and do it.
I want to make sure that you see it because I'm telling you,
Ooh, there we go.
okay,
Geometry. Love geometry.
this is bubbles, round bubbles. They don't look round, but they are, I assure you. Uh, they get this form because of the other bubbles that are here. These are very dynamic. You won't find this in nature. You will find something similar, but it's not going to be like this. This is space. In the center of one of these is a piece of matter and space. It's very far apart because the density of matter out there is very low, except for where gases are and stuff. And this won't appear. This will be a lot finer, to be smaller, a lot
Mm-hmm.
more packed into each other. So the more that's in there, the more they're compressing the bubbles together. And the more regular it becomes, more crystalline it becomes.
Oh, this is Sal Paya's right here. Geometry in plasma. It
Do
just
you
it's
recognize this?
water. It's the same thing.
Do you recognize this?
That looks like a geode, but it looks a little different.
Does this help you?
Oh, look at that. The bees. I just talked about bees.
Does this help you? Look at the look at the diagram.
Geometry. Yeah. It's a hexagon in there, and then we're forming hexagons in the water.
Does these look kind of familiar?
Yeah, that's a crystalline structure doing the same thing.
Remember the taper?
Yeah.
Remember how you were talking about the taper?
Yes. Draws in the energy.
Where are all these pointing?
Inward.
So nature is already showing you. Right?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, I
that's,
knew you would like it. I knew you'd like it.
yeah, yeah, you got me on this one. Yeah.
So when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, Nathan will love that."
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, my study became how could plasma without a lot of matter have a lot of space in between it or around it. And that's because one piece of matter is in the middle and a unified plasma is around it. This density is different than this density. This density is different than this.
That's
And this
right.
one is different than this. So each one is be able to form these surfaces because of that density change. In this case, it's a density of air. But in nature, I think this is key,
Oh, it is.
at least for space.
Oh, come on now. We should all start to realize at this point geometry is so much more important. So much more
Oh
important.
yeah. I mean, it's in all of nature. Look at flowers. That's your first geometry. Look at bees, built in. Um, Partially it's because of their eyes, but I believe that their antenna actually sense this pattern here, and they
Yeah.
copy it. So they're getting they're sensing this they're feeling it, and then they build it. And the reason why it tapers is because I'm not sure in this one that grows the opposite way. So it grows from the outside in. Okay. So the taper comes from it starts big, and as it gets and it has a little bit less space, a little bit less space, a little bit, and it keeps going like that all the way to the middle. And
Create the ring.
the bees build it the opposite way. They build from the middle out.
Mm-hmm.
So they're seeing it from a different point of view. So maybe they're seeing the exhale. And let's see what else was on that. Yeah, that was the only things that I saw. Basically, this. So this one is does that same plasmoid, and the actual. It's just it's following the Birkeland currents in here that go out,
Mm-hmm.
and these Birkeland currents are tied to that hydrogen flow. They wrap around it because the hydrogen's acting as a huge conductor, and then the Birkeland currents wrap around that,
Mm-hmm.
and then hold that together.
It's
Everything,
all the same
everything.
process.
Yeah, it all replicates itself one upon the other. So if you want to know the secrets of the small, look at the largest.
Yeah, it this is so bad. It's literally the geometry that's creating all this, and it creates the same thing over and over and over again in nature. No matter how big it gets or how small it is, it's just a difference in pressure and energy density. That's it.
Well, that pressure is the same thing. Oh, hey, look at that. So this just to give you a little bit more about this input that comes into our planet. Now, uh, they show this as being the prominence. This is a CME. Okay, this is where they let the plasma forms lines. When it gets up to a certain point, it'll break, and then it'll come flying at us because it's the same potential as the sun, so it pushes it away in the beginning. And by the time it starts moving away, it's already got inertia, and it just keeps going, so it doesn't get attracted back. But for the most part, this plasma, if it does come off, it will flow back if it's not doesn't have enough inertia to it. So these get shot towards us, and right at the brush wall, it it will punch in. And to give you a reference, Egypt would be about on this line here,
Oh, of course.
which is almost a direct line to the sun. So, and actually, the Bosnian pyramid, they did an electrical study above it, and they measured the Birkeland currents on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, They measured a lot of electrical disturbances with the EMF meter and all kinds of stuff at the time they were, and it was during fair weather, so they had a pretty good potential there. Um, so there's a lot to this. It isn't just an old man dreaming about crap.
No, I'm there with you. It all ties in. You just
Hang
have
in
to
there.
realize the relationship.
Yeah, hang in there, and you will find it. Um, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm by no means an expert. I am well taught, self taught, but I'm not an expert. You know, but during my life, I've recognized certain things, and this is one of them. It's that
Hmm.
he knew what he was doing,
Oh, he did.
and he didn't want it to be used in certain ways. And eventually, I think he just resigned himself to say, when they are ready, they will come looking.
Mhm.
When you open
That's
yourself up to it, you will come to his point of view, and you will have a society that doesn't worry about where its energy comes from. And we will not be pigs. We will not be sucking 4 billion joules of energy, from me or anything, because money will be pointless at that time. When you got your energy, you don't need anything else. You know, you
yeah.
won't be struggling. Nobody will be struggling. Everybody will be living their best life.
Well,
Well,
I'll
that's
be
what
honest with you. They have to unify society and then everybody working the same way, but they're so far away from that right now.
I don't know how that's going to happen, dude. I really don't. With things
Well,
going,
I can tell you the probable way, and we don't like that way. We
everything that
we
go
want this energy to come out and not be the way.
yeah, well, I just don't. It took me a long time to think about this and to resign myself that it's going to be okay. Uh, I don't believe that we are innately destructive. I believe that greed can push us to that.
Hmm.
But if we take the reason that greed was there away, everything else falls into place. You know, we don't have to worry about, where our money is coming from or where our energy is coming from. People can be warm in the winter. People can do things in the summer. You don't have to over partake. People will adjust, you know? Yeah, at first people are going to be like, oh, I'm going to start a factory. I'm going to build all kinds of stuff for money until money is worthless.
Yeah.
Basically, it is. Our
Well,
money, our money is virtual. There's
so
nothing backing it other than good ideals, you know?
so let's take this full circle. So when we talked to Liz and she talked about Atlantis and how they live, it makes more sense when you take it under this context because everybody did their own thing. They were joyful. They were happy. They had community food. You know what I mean? It was a
Everybody
whole
found
sense
their
of,
own place.
yeah, sense of community. And then there was an upper place where they worked on everything and they took care of the machinery that gave us the technology and everything. But all the rest of the people were just able to live their lives in harmony.
Well, I believe also the people that lived in Atlantis were not human.
Yeah.
They were human like. They were what we were modeled after. They gave us a form. And the Atlantis thing has been glossed over sometimes. I think I go back to like Enlil and Enki, and I think that's where the Atlantis story comes from. Uh, and that's an old story. That's a Emerald Tava story, I think. No? Yes? I don't remember.
I don't know if it was on the Emerald Tower or not.
I don't remember if it was. I know it's one of those. It was a long time ago, but it's still there. And they talk about this story. And like I said before, you can get access to this information. You just have to be of the right mindset, the right mindset. And I think that's what these people were. They got
Well,
information that other people didn't.
I'll tell you what, if you don't have the right mindset, all of this knowledge will be blocked to you. You will not understand it.
Locked
They're
away.
completely off. It is completely shut off.
That's why I'm not worried about man, really. Once we get over this greed point, we'll be fine. But and once people get the energy that they need, nobody will be greedy. Why would they? You would have everything that you want if you wanted it. You know? If people think that our population could stress the system so much that it could cause it to fall apart, they're smoking something good. I want some. 'Cause, you know, we have so much resources, not only on our own planet. If you succeed in what you're doing, if you get anywhere near what you want to be, we're going to be out there. And the resources out there is so much just in our solar system. Not talking about the rest of everything. We have the whole asteroid belt that looks like the hydrogen atom.
Mm-hmm.
Again, is mirroring, everything that is happening in nature. And that's we. They said that in one, they tried to put a value on one asteroid out there with the resources that are in it, and they're talking about like the $350 billion or $1 trillion or something like that for just one asteroid.
Well, also think about it this way. Once we understand the pyramids and what they were doing, and they can transform a planet pretty much, wouldn't you think Mars would become more livable at that point? That you would just learn your lessons from the Earth itself once you really understood it. But you need a bigger moon. That's the only downside of it. Those two little dinky things aren't going to cover it. They need a bigger one.
There's a problem with Mars. Mars lost its atmosphere, and in a sense, lost its magnetic field in the process. If you don't have that atmosphere holding in the heat, everything just cools down and solidifies. And inside, that has to be mobile.
No. See, hold on. This is why I'm making the gravity well. You can literally pull the field back out.
Oh, no, I know. No. I'm not saying that you didn't. You are correct. Yes, you can create a field around that planet but you're talking about Tesla style stuff, sized Tesla tower size. And even the Tesla tower, he was calculating that he was 1/3 the size it needed to be. He just couldn't afford anything else.
Well,
So he had to scale it down.
Like I said, if you learn the pyramids, I just put pyramids there.
If you listen to some people, they're already there.
Well, yeah, so it's almost like someone came through our little neck of the woods and dropped on planets and understood what they were doing to fix them, and then did it at one point in time, and then every civilization ended up destroying itself till we get to the point where we are now. And it's up to us to make that decision to move forward the right way, or we're going to destroy ourselves again. And it's all up to us.
I got to say, you're either a benefit or you're a cancer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're either a virus or you're beneficial to the body.
Usually ends up that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're going to put analogies to the body, I mean, basically, if we're saying that space is filled with plasma and that it flows in streams, then we are in God's blood.
Well, there you go.
If you were to put an entity on it, I think it's just it's a universal size plasmoid that is sentient. that has intelligence.
Okay. For everything is what you're saying.
It encompasses everything. It's the size of the universe. It is a universal plasmoid. It is that big. And you're talking, I mean, we don't even know how many systems and stars and all that. We can calculate. We're talking about trillions and billions and gazillions. We don't know yet, of everything. Every time we look out there, we can see a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further. We keep finding stuff that breaks the paradigm. It's like they just found another galaxy that broke the mold. Supposedly at the light distance that they're going, they seen this this galaxy that is a spiral galaxy, and they're like, it cannot form at 200 billion years after the creation of the universe. You're probably right. It's older than that, but there was a beginning.
Yes. Yes, there was.
The reason, again, if you want to look at getting access to the Akashic record, one of the best ways to do it is meditation. The second thing is religion, because religion is basically a meditative proposition. When you sit down, you go to, service, you're singing, you get up, you sit down, you get up, you sit down, you get up, you sit down. There's a ritual there. People are singing, vibrations are going, blah, 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 blah. And a beat starts forming and sets up with the structure of the church.
Oh yeah.
And reverberates
Harmonics.
that way. I'm telling you, and then you get access. You have these I get it in daydreams. I literally will just be sitting there, and then I'll be like, I just start zoning, and all of a sudden I'm zooming in, on a piece of matter, and seeing the way it is, just from the information I know. I'm trying to visualize it.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first got shown it, I really didn't see the whole picture. I just saw the Tesla rotating thing. He was only seeing half of it as well. He was only seeing the 2D part of it. He wasn't seeing the 3-dimensional yet, because his understanding wasn't that good. He even said that. He said it was up to us. It was up to us to experiment with it, up to us to expand it.
Well, I see the 3D portion. I think a lot of people out there who do this stuff for a living don't see it. And I try to express as much as I can that it's there. Yeah.
They're taught not to. They're taught to shun it.
It's all right in front of us.
What do you do with transients? What are you taught? Ground it.
Yeah.
Don't benefit from it. Just get rid of it.
I cannot tell you how many electrical engineers that try to tell me how this stuff works, yet I'm doing the experiment and I know how it works. I see the reactions and stuff. Your book doesn't cover it. I can tell you that. So, yeah, I get a lot of that.
They've
unfortunately
shunned it, everything. They've pushed it right away.
Oh, yeah. Well, they just taught a different way. And they have no idea what this stuff
they
is.
are taught to shun this. If anybody comes up to them, they are taught to say, that's poppycock. We will not be talking about that. And they put up this wall.
Yeah, they do.
Because it doesn't conform to their envision or their vision of what they learned. Because
they keep telling you the same thing over and over and over again. Like you're going to get it in a different way that they say it. What they don't understand is you've already turned off your brain to them.
Yeah, you've already closed it.
You didn't hear a word I said.
You're not a scientist. You're not a scientific engineer. You're not a theorist or anything, because if you close your mind, that's what I did in this. I just left it open. I just said, I'll take this part. No, this part. This looks familiar. Oh, wait, what how is that? And you just start sitting there and saying, it starts to make sense on the whole.
Oh, yeah.
When you start seeing it in a larger picture. This is why I keep talking about Tesla's Tower, because if you want energy for our society, we're going to have to do it en masse. Mm-hmm. And that means putting one of this in somewhere in the middle of a field that isn't has a lot of people in it, just in case there's a runaway. We know accidents happen. Might as well protect ourselves, right? And then let it do its thing, and we can daisy chain them like you're talking about. Harmonic resonance, sympathetic resonance
That's
works.
right. Oh, it does.
I've seen entire systems that were built on revolving magnet spinners, and there were like 20 of them. The guy was sitting there. He's like, "Oh, isn't this pretty?" And you just see one or two of them, and they're spinning, and then he boom, zooms out and it starts to go 20, 30, 50, 100.
Yeah.
And you're like, "What?"
Well, it's like when I say anchor what. If you ever looked at it, it looks like a center coil and then 4 pillars. You know what I mean? And then I think it's 6 or 8 on the outside.
It doesn't
Anyway,
look
it makes the same thing
it
every
doesn't
time.
look like it is.
Yeah.
They
They
were built structurally like that.
they built it out of stone, and we would build it out of electricity because we don't understand energy properly.
Well, all right. All
They
right.
drew it in.
Yeah. Let's talk about that technology.
Okay.
All right. Again, a pygmy. You're talking to a pygmy. You just met him. You never met a white guy. Walk up to him. Yeah, I was. Yeah, great. This is how you click. All of a sudden, you are the god of fire.
Mm-hmm.
Because their technology isn't as advanced as ours doesn't mean they're a god. Just means that they have technology.
Yeah.
That they don't understand. The same thing with this other. It's just someone who doesn't realize it, and they were taught a different way on a system that works that way. That's been planned that way. That's
Mm-hmm.
been designed that way to lose and never find over unity. If you're dealing with RF, you're pretty much not going to find over unity. Sometimes you can trick it to get it to suck in more like you. And there have been others. Bedini played with it, but in Bedini there was a cost. His motors tended to crystallize the plates and batteries, and it ruined the batteries. It would condition them so you couldn't use them on anything else to charge. You had to use that charger. But as long as you use that charger, the battery would last 10 more years.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's a payment, there's a cost.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, there's a Gray tube. Edwin Gray.
There, the triode, that's a big thing.
Oh, he used Texas technology to get over unity out of that. I'm sorry, he just did.
Well, yeah, he used diverting. He would get a impulse to go across the gap, and when it went to return, the other was closer, so it would jump to that instead of going back into the ignition circuit. So you wouldn't have to fight the next impulse.
Yeah.
It wasn't reflecting back. It's the same thing with the magnetic spark gap. It instantly blows that channel out, and then there's no reflection back. It doesn't allow it back. So you get a regular longitudinal.
Man, so easy are these systems once you understand it. It's not overly complicated.
And I think that what they do is they gatekeep this stuff,
Oh yeah.
And then
they purposely put people out there to shut you down.
Well, that's misinformation. I dealt with that my whole first part of my career. I got into a big fight with Aaron Murkai of Energetic Forum,
Mm-hmm.
and he thought he was going to be all smart, and there was this example he set up like a rock rolling down a hill, and that's not free energy. And I said, well, if you didn't put that rock up there, it's damn free.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you pushed it over don't mean anything. It's free when it goes down. So if you already establish a flow, if the flow is already there and you pull from that flow, isn't that free?
That's free.
Except for the cost of the tap.
Yeah, you pay for a little bit.
But he was arguing the opposite, and I totally wrecked him on that one. He banned me from Energetic Forum over that.
Oh my god,
Yeah, it was the only time I got banned off a forum. I
that's
was like,
crazy.
what? I I knew I got somewhere when I got the owner of
Oh yeah,
banned me. And I wasn't being a troll. I was doing everything scientifically. He just couldn't stand up to it. And it was like, I was like, I got nothing against him. It's just that he latched on to Linderman, Bedini, all those guys and started sucking them dry. He would make them go to those meets and stuff and say, it's all about the money. It's all about, sell this, sell that. And he corrupted them. And the same thing with Dollard. He glommed onto Dollard because he knew Dollard knew something that nobody else did. And he tried to get it out of him. He tried, and Dollard wouldn't let him. But, and then because of what was happening, Dollard just started drinking really heavy and it went downhill, and the poor guy, so brilliant, and was forced into nothingness. Same thing with Tesla. Dollard was homeless for a long time, even though he was brilliant.
just crazy.
I think it's just them. They surround you and they choke you off. You can't do anything.
The succubuses, yeah.
Yeah, they feed off it. It's the same thing with trolls. Trolls do it they don't do it for any reason. They don't do it they do it to get off. They get off on making you frustrated. They get off on making you, question yourself.
Oh, I know. I got a troll on my channel right now that dislikes every video that I do.
Oh, I know who it is. I know it. I've seen a few on there.
Well, if I find the troll will no longer be a troll on the channel. It's just, you know what? It's really stupid. It's childish. It's like, you want to behave like a little fifth grader? Whatever. I don't have time for you.
Yeah, just say good luck. See ya. Yeah, I would just leave him alone. Let him do whatever he's doing. If anything, he poses a challenge to you, and take the gauntlet up. Slap him in the face. Intellectually.
Intellectually, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I'm never physical. I'm a humanitarian. I've never been able to.
Well, I'll tell you what, look, I do the experiments. That's what it is. I talk about when I do the experiment. So if you want to do it, you know what I mean? You want to do the experiment right next to me, by all means, I'll even encourage you and, give you things to do it, whatever you need. But I'm going to tell you I'm right because I've done it and I built it, and I'm talking about it because I built and seen it. And you can tell me all the stuff you want. The fact of the matter is I'm going to be right.
Yeah. Well, I would encourage people. I just shown you little tidbits. All right. This is just stuff I worked on. But if you got, inkling and want to do this stuff, this is all on the internet.
Oh, all of it
Search
is.
it out. He's got lectures, his patents, all that stuff. It will help you. Trust me. It was all built on his ideas. Everything that we have today was all built. Radio, computers, communication, digital communication, all that stuff was his idea that he came out in the beginning and just started saying, oh, we could do this, we could do that, we could do all this other stuff. And the ideas were just popping out of his head, of all the things that he could do. And there was a good amount of suppression as well.
Well, okay, so hold on. I've been doing a lot of the AI for PDFs. Mm-hmm. So, and there's a reason for it. If you put them all together, if you take Sal Paez and put him together, and then you take Jack Stafardi, you clear out the garbage of what they're saying and get to the point of all this stuff. It's all the same thing.
Yep.
They all said the same thing. They seem like they argue with each other, but they're not. If they can't see the points where it's all the same. And it's come to my attention every time I look at it, they say the same thing here. One's an engineer, one's a physicist, and they can't understand each other, so there's a barrier. It's as simple as that. all the stuff that they talk about back in the day with negative energy, cold energy, all this stuff, it all the same. And they all use the same. It's just field flipping. That's all we're doing. We're field flipping, and it changes how the field is and what the field is.
I don't think that was intuitive. I think what you did was very intuitive on the field flipping. I don't think anybody has really put that together. I mean, people know that one plate is a positive and the other plate's a negative, but I don't think they realize the flipping part. You know what I mean? Like you were utilizing, like using part of the Rodin coil as like just an open air capacitor.
Mhm.
You know, and that flipped the field right inside it, right in between the wires.
As long as I try to tell people this all the time, as long as it's saturated, I can pull as much energy off it as I want.
Oh yeah, yeah. Off the other line, parallel lines. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
could just take each individual one and pull it
As long as
it's
it's
saturated.
longitudinal, but when you start getting in RF, it won't do it.
No, because you create heat and you'll ruin it.
Yeah,
You're absolutely ruining it.
yeah. It's just the upper. Yeah, you're right. Heat. Yeah, basically, the oscillation goes back and forth, creates heat. Yeah.
Yeah, but I try to tell people this. It cools down in my room. It'll literally run it all day. It'll cool your whole
Tesla
room
said
down.
that he could get all the effects. He could get hot air. He could get cold air, cool breezes,
Mhm.
light, spontaneous light, like in the corner, it'll light up, like the aurora borealis. He was
That
getting the same discharges that you guys talk about, the white off of the hot metal.
Okay, so this is what I was going to the other day. All right. We had Elijah on, and he's going around his room, and he says there's different capacitance points in his room, right?
He's
Well, at those
yeah.
at those capacitance points, that's where you start to get the light. So it's like mapping a church. All you got to do is find out where everything is in resonance and where your capacitance is for your body, and then you'll start to understand.
Right.
There's a whole thing going on there that most people would never pick up on unless it's running in your garage all the time.
Mhm. Yeah, it's like a standing wave that forms inside, especially when you use these oscillating ones that pound. Um, those tend to set up, this oscillating waveform, and then the standing wave will just start, and then those peaks will be at different spots away from it. Sometimes it'll have something to do with if there's a wire in the wall, and it has an AC signal in it, it'll push it out a certain distance. Your capacity can change the whole thing.
Well, yeah.
Just
Well,
regular coil, like an inductance coil, just setting in the field, will condense it all into the coil, like you were doing.
okay.
Both sides.
So here's the funny part, and people don't understand this. You take a tuning fork, you can turn on a transformer, right? All you have to have is the right frequency. That's it. If I set up a coil that matches the frequency of the lines outside, I got energy. I got energy for days. Look, it's not even funny anymore.
Yeah,
I don't need to plug it into anything. All I have to do is find the frequency that it resonates at, not the frequency itself, but the one it resonates at. Okay. You have to find the resonating point.
That's always a secret. Resonance and this kind of stuff is.
Well, people think that the frequency is a resonance. It's not. You have to resonate back and forth between the two to create the two waves. Like the tuning fork has the two.
I see where you're getting at.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It has to be
you're
in
talking
resonance.
about the impulse and getting the resonant back?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You're right. Yes, that's an inhale exhale thing.
Yeah. It's all the same thing, but people misunderstand the language in the two.
Mm-hmm.
Then
it's all confusing because people borrow terms from things that probably shouldn't be.
Oh, they do a lot.
Like what they do with plasma. They're all talking about, that's a gaseous plasma. No, gaseous plasma is different. What are you talking about? When I say plasma, I go from what Langmuir coined, not from what you tell me it is.
Okay.
I go to the source, and Langmuir was pretty straight up about why he called it the way he did it. It was the medium of the blood, and plasma is the medium of space. It's just ionized in certain areas, and where it isn't, it's a dark mode. The dark mode is the balance mode, and that's the ether, the one that's complete. Has
okay,
both.
so
the two become one.
The ionizing. Okay, hold on.
Yes.
I gotta say this. John Hutchinson. Tesla coil hot energy, no question. That's what he's using. He's ionizing the plasma in the room. So my thought on it was, is he's sparking off the Tesla coil into a tube that's pressurized so that he can ionize the outside of that tube in the room.
Okay.
So we were talking about oxygen and hydrogen separation and stuff like that, right? So they're literally creating a field inside of this room, and it's filled with static electricity. And then once each part gets to the point of saturation, it no longer has anything to hold it to the ground. Now, let's hear your side of it. What would you say it was?
Oh, okay. So we were talking about John Hutchinson, and he was using, we know RF because he had huge radio transmitters that he got from the Navy and radar. And radar is actually, it's not RF, it's impulsive, but it's pulsed and not impulsed. Like it's not disruptively pulsed.
Mhm.
So there's not that quick pull of the sheet. So it tends to form RF within the object. So like the aluminum. Remember the aluminum bar that he had? It was all
Mhm.
split open.
Yes.
That's because there was so much RF in there that it literally created magnetic fields within the structure of the aluminum and then forced it apart. Okay. So it built up over time and then slowly forced it apart. That's why it looked like it was peeling open like a a cut onion. It would peel open over time, dry out. So yeah, Hutchinson, he wasn't really close. I think he was on the edge. He was more on he was trying to learn it. You know what I mean? He wasn't quite there yet. Kind of like where you're not quite there yet. You know what I mean? Like on the edge. So you start to see some of the things like standing waves and how that RF affects, conductive things within it. I don't know how you got the other bowling ball stuff and flying around and all that, but the metal stuff I can actually attest to because I've seen metal act like that. The only time I've seen it act like that is in a microwave.
Yeah.
So,
well, he did have a lot of high frequency going on. That's for sure.
Yeah, he used a lot of high frequency transmitters from the Navy. He had Navy, Marine, radar, and stuff. He was a aficionado. He was a collector of that stuff.
Oh yeah, still
I
is.
don't blame him. If you find something to do with it, the more you're happy about it. I'm not your neighbor, so I know he had a lot of complaints from the SEC, or not.
Oh yeah,
but the Canadian broadcast. I don't know exactly what runs the Canadian part, but yeah, he was almost there. It's why he never really got any too far with it. I think maybe he was using the crystals as a receiver. So he learned that he could take RF and fill the room and then put the crystal down and have it receive it and then separate it, direct it into his different projects and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe that's probably where he was.
I think that the videos, how do I say this? The videos may seem like he was on the edge. What he actually showed the governments, he had. Yeah, I don't think we see that. I think 100% he had it and he can't show it to us.
I'm speaking off. I don't know him. I don't know his knowledge.
Well, I don't know him either, but I'm just saying based on I know how they take their plants and transmutate them, and that's all through the cold side. So he understood it was there.
Right. So the back EMF was always a thing. I mean, if you
he's got all of it.
Yeah, if you do it right, back EMF can be used. It's just harder because it wants to oscillate back, and then it overshoots. So people look at the back EMF and they don't understand it. It's just when you impulse or pulse something, it's going to rebound in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? It'll have that opposite polarity.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll go down and then it rebounds and it overshoots and then goes back and then overshoots. So all that dirty RF at the end of the impulse, if you don't clean it up, that's what destroys that dipole, and you won't see a full array. You won't see full power stuff. So that's kind of where people get stuck, and then they're like, well, it doesn't work then. And it's like, no, it does. You just got to have the right character. That word again, right?
Yeah.
The character of the currents. And I beat myself in the head so many times trying to figure out what he meant by that. And it was like, what do you mean? There's AC and DC. How could there be character to it?
Well, because it's not just AC and DC.
Right. And it's there's a full current DC, which is just regular current DC, and then there's impulse DC, which is a lot different. And pulse DC is kind of the same, except it just comes down. It's powered all the way through the sweep, so that the transistor will hold it there and create that synthetic movement, whereas impulse is free.
Mm-hmm.
So once you let it go, it's gone. You just have another one, and then another one. And the more successive ones that you do, the easier it is. Like the Slayer Exciter is it charges, ramps, charge, ramp, charge, ramp, charge. And it just keeps charging up until it discharges.
Mm-hmm.
That's the correct way to do it. That's the way Stan Myers did it. And if you do it right, you don't have to put a lot of energy into it.
Oh, no. So just check it out. 9 volts, 10 volts, everything becomes RF hot in your room if it's at the correct resonance.
Well, frequency, that's kind of what does it. The RF hot part is really, I spent a long time trying to protect myself against that, because in radio, that's, you have to deal with it. And sometimes you have to deal with live antennas and
Mm-hmm.
live problems that happen with them, and you can't shut the radio thing off, so you got to work on it live. So you learn how to protect yourself. You use carbon layered gloves, which are a lot of people don't know about. The only ones that know about that is linemen.
Yeah.
And those are special gloves. They're not common. And that's where I got the idea about the arc and it being a high voltage capacitor and being radiant all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The people that were carrying it were getting sick. They couldn't figure out why. So then they said, well, it's got to be, we don't have enough rituals going. So we'll put oil on you. And then we'll have the incense and pray. And then we'll put oil on you again. And then we'll have more incense and pray. And we'll do this, keep doing it, because the more we do it, the less sick you get.
Because blocking it.
They didn't understand they were creating a carbon suit. A carbon capacitor suit that doesn't allow it to go through.
Oh, ritual. People playing with stuff they shouldn't. Oh.
Ritual, but they didn't need to know at that time. They just knew what protected against it, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess that's good enough. Well, for certain things, I guess.
I would hate to be the guy testing that.
Oh yeah, no, thank you.
Because if they were charging that arc,
mm-hmm.
and they charged it over a long period of time, which I think they did, that capacitor would have so much juice in it.
Yeah.
I mean, literally. I mean, there's a story about the ark and the Philistines and the Pharaoh taking the ark
mm-hmm.
and had his priests who had those carbon suits on bring it out, and they opened it and it discharged to every single guy that was there.
Oh.
And it discharged, arced to the guys, one to the other. You know that the movie that they did with Indiana Jones and
mm-hmm.
and was it the Temple of Doom with the ark?
Well, they opened the ark and it was like a big light source, and
Exactly what
tapped them
happened.
all. Yeah.
Exactly what happened. And the only reason the guys that didn't die when they were carrying us because they had these suits on. Freaking amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
High understanding, low technology. They don't need it. You just got to know how to put it together. The pyramid, so big, you could build buildings and the plasma streaming down off of the pyramid on the four sides, because the four sides are actually 8.
Yeah, 8 on the
It's
big one.
pleated. It's pleated in the middle.
Yeah.
So where they come together, wait, let me see. It's pleated like this.
Yes.
So where they come together, the plasma runs down and runs like a scoop. And instead of going right into the ground,
It's chevrons.
it goes off to the sides, and the buildings act like reeds in the wind. They have the obelisk there, right? And the obelisk is doing this. So then they hook a one wire to it, run it to the houses. You can run all your lights. You can do water cleaning right at the house, where you could structure the water if it gets polluted.
Yeah, I don't even know that they need wires. To be very honest with you,
it was wireless. It was definitely wireless. It was through the ground.
Yeah, if it's in the water table, you're good.
Right.
It's if you did the hairpin circuit, then it's non-destructive when it's in water.
I'm not sure. I think the hairpin circuit was him trying to figure out what nodes were standing nodes on wire.
I could tell you exactly how it works in the water. I've done a ton of experiments.
I know. You got a lot of experience with that. But it is. It's very close to the impulse. It's very close. It's not quite, but it's more of a the loop itself is what causes it. When I was talking about the coil has a voltage potential on each side, and that makes like a diode, like a magnetic diode. So it resists movement in the opposite direction. So it becomes that the actual coil itself is your diode. So your capacitive diode in the bifilar sense.
So the rod down the center is a compression of fields.
Yes.
It's also a compression of your ring. It's
compression of Uranus.
Yeah. No, not that one.
Oh boy.
Yeah, get us in trouble now.
Is this the end time? Is that what it is?
It's field compression upon field compression.
It's called impingement, actually.
Well, there you go. It's literally why you make it a hollow one in there and not a solid one.
Oh, the tube. Actually, if you have any RF show up on that, you can actually pass water through it.
Ooh, water would be good in there. That's an interesting idea.
Might even freeze the water, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Really interesting. I might try that. I got to get myself one of those little radiators for a computer. That little pump that sucker through there.
Oh, yeah. The AIO.
Yeah. That might work out really good.
I actually have one. Old one.
It's an interesting idea. I might, you know what? I got a geometry coil, man, and I'm going to put it in water and see the flow. I want to see the flow of energy. And I can't see it in the air most times, so we're just going to have to put it in water.
So you want to see the flow around it?
Mm-hmm.
The geometry coil?
Well, I want to see the field. Remember we were talking about with that hydrogen atom? I want to see that so that I can show it to everyone so that they understand it.
What about putting the coil in a vacuum?
Well, yeah, it shows it in a vacuum. Okay, hold on. It's like cheating putting it in a vacuum. Let me just say that because
wouldn't that show it though? I mean,
well, it would show it. You could show anything you want in a vacuum. I could trick a vacuum to show me whatever I wanted. It's about showing it in the air. It's about, you know what I mean? I want to see the true field in the area that it's supposed to be built in.
I understand what you're talking about. You want to with the air itself, because air is part of the environment.
Yeah, if I built it in there without the vacuum and could find the field, then it'd be fine.
Well, the vacuum might show you what the electric fields look like on the whole. It won't show you what it is outside of it, but It'll show you what it's like without air. It might give you an idea of how the fields are shaped and how
But
they add together.
I can appreciate that. The only thing I'd say is it's like cheating. Okay. It's like knowing something's wobbly and putting it on a scale and you go, it has less weight. No, it wobbles. It's distributing the weight in different portions of it. It wobbles. Okay. Putting it in a vacuum does the same thing for me. It's literally pulling it out. It's forcing it to come out of somewhere in an unnatural way for the environment I want to use it in.
Ooh, I don't know about unnatural though. I mean, because all right, well, hold on.
Okay.
Let me show you one thing.
Okay, hold on. If they run the outside as a negative and the inside on your device as the positive, it's unnatural. If you run the device by itself inside the vacuum, it could be more natural. Yes. So there's two sides to see it as. If you can put basically a wire form in the center, put the positive on it, put the negative on the outside aluminum, and you would literally create a field that's in there that is wrong. And it's a lie. So you're not getting that same thing when you put your coil in there and put it under vacuum. Now, whatever it's creating, it may show, and you're right, it may amplify that. But again, I want to do it in the environment it's meant to be built in. It doesn't help me to build it in something and, cheat it.
Right, I understand. Just to help you out, understand a little bit about this. Oh wait, here's all right. Let me get past this. Skip. Thank you. Stop. That's still going. Dang it. Okay, this is the plasma one. Oh, way to the end. Sorry.
As soon as you turn it on, it pinches the field. Yeah, I've seen it.
So this is the one where I was talking about, how it pinches the plasma. How it's like not as bright on this side.
Mm-hmm.
Gets really bright in the middle and then brightens up a lot on the exit. That's because in this process it excites this whole thing. It's not just part of it. The magnetics actually will constrict it and keep it from flowing in this direction and force it to go this way.
Yeah.
But that's also a transformer. It's a plasma transformer because you'll get input to output on that. I've seen people do it. They take the tubes that you got and wrap a coil around it. On the other end, they wrap a coil and use it to transmit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I showed you my whole playlist.
Tell me if you got another one. I'll pull it back up.
Yeah, I got one. I should have told you I was closing that. I'm sorry. There's only one other that I really wanted to show, and I'm having a hard time finding it now. Oh, wait. No, that's the other dude. No, I can't. Okay. This thing's being slow. All right, I have an example already. Open this text file. Magnet and plasma field, that one. Copy.
You got it?
Almost. Really? Paste. Thank you. Go. Why did it come to the list? I copied the wrong thing. Dang it. All right. Well, give me a second. Go ahead and, ask a question, or if somebody has any questions. Are we still on? Or
yeah. We got a lot of stuff in the chat. They've been really lively today, man. Everybody.
Yeah,
in there.
And actually, I'll get to the chat.
Sorry about that, guys. I've been listening like everybody else. I'm trying to follow what's going on.
Absolutely.
A lot of information. Yeah, Justin has a question. I'm sure it's about the Tesla coil. Oh well, okay, didn't put the question in just yet.
Oh yeah, this is a good one.
All right.
I want to get it to a point where I can start with it. Okay. All this is just a high voltage experiment in a beaker, believe it or not. And this is a magnet right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have a top part that's showering down plasma.
Interesting.
You see those forms?
The same lines we saw earlier.
Yeah. So this is what a magnet is. At least on, because the magnetic field lines are like this. This is what encapsulates this. This is magnetic field lines. But beyond that, it's being forced down because of the plasma on the top, because of the high potential up here.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is the ground plate underneath the beaker, not inside. So there's a glass dielectric between it, so it's a capacitance. But these it's the most beautiful thing I ever saw. And that's a magnet.
Yeah.
Now, there is a little bit of explanation to this, that the plasma has a frequency, and that frequency is reacting to the magnet, and that's what creates a little bit of some of the shape to it. But in general, the plasma is just illuminating what is there already. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It gives it, and then when you get to a certain frequency, it gives it more definition. So you can see the layers in between it a little bit more. You see the halo on top?
Mm-hmm.
So
Interesting.
we can, there's also,
I'm
my
gonna move
last,
it when you find it.
no, this is just it's straight. It's a straight page. This is our world. And this is our world on fire. Now, let's see.
Oh, there we go. There they are. Yeah. I can't hear it, but I can see it.
So these flashes, every flash is a lightning bolt. This is all that plasma energy I was talking about. This is going uselessly into our planet. It is heating it up. It is causing earthquakes. It is causing everything that we see to go crazy. It's accelerating the storms. This energy. It's just going into the planet and sitting there, pooling up. All of this high charged plasma. It's not zero, but it's not exactly. It tries to go as deep as its voltage potential. So if it's a very high voltage plasma particle or whatever, and it gets close to the ground, it'll go in the ground very forcefully and go right to that potential, whatever layer that is inside the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And the layers are the same thing that are on the outside. So those layers, the horizontal layers, go inside as well. That's that inner vortex you're talking about. But that's purely electrical. Okay? Because matter is all stuffed in there.
Mm-hmm.
The carbon and all that. So all of this energy that we're detecting, this is live. This is happening right now. And this will continue to do this forever. All of this energy that we could be using. And coincidentally, it's the reason why we have weather.
Control the vortex, you control the weather. Interesting.
Now,
Hmm.
I think the wind one shows the best example of where. Now, Jupiter has lines on it, bands. These bands travel in certain directions. Our planet has them too. We're just not as big, so we don't have as many.
Hmm.
But if we put this in motion, you will start to see where these bands are. There's one in the middle. That's the equatorial band. There's the northern equatorial band and the southern.
Hmm.
And trust me, this is real close to Antarctica. This is South America,
Mm-hmm.
Africa, and it's very close. The reason why is because the poles down there and it's creating all these vortexes in that
Hmm.
area, in that center area. Actually, the center area is pretty calm. Um, but yeah, I mean this is the whole thing. Yeah, okay, premium, whatever. I'm done with I'm
All
done with
right.
that. All right, so what do we
I,
got here?
I got a question for you.
All right,
Okay,
shoot.
I'll put it up.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
As a separate self-induction coil B and A, metallic cylinder B, to the terminal is yawned. Probably the wrong word. The others, in which larger radius of curvature, so that should pressure rise to a valve beyond which. Okay, so that's his quote from Tesla. Okay, and he's asking about a resonator.
Well, he wanted to know what is the circuitry that's powering the tower. I bet that's
I,
very well
I
laid out in all of his writings. So I mean, I would look up any of his impulse technology. That's what sets it up, really. Even some of his works were just regular oscillators, because if you have the right type of diode, which a spark gap is basically a magnetic spark gap, um, you really don't have to worry about like a regular diode failing. You know what I mean? The spark
yeah,
gap never fails.
he
But
said he's just talking about the cavity resonator. If I'm not mistaken, that all that is capacitor, right? Cavity resonator.
yeah, it's. I mean, I would assume that's what he's talking about. I mean, there's obviously a language barrier.
Hmm.
Uh, can I ask him to try to explain more?
Right here.
Might help. A resonator is a device or system that exhibits resonance or resonant behavior. That is, its natural oscillation with greater amplitude at some frequencies called resonant frequencies. Yeah, that's the circuitry that he used to power it. And you really don't have to worry about resonance when you use a pinger, because whatever you get off it is resonant. Okay?
Hmm.
Simple. Just like pinging a bell. You ping a bell, you get its resonant frequency, right?
Yeah,
If you
that's
want
what
a
you
different
get.
resonant frequency, you change the capacitance or the inductance. Or
That's
even
why I was
phase.
asking if it was a capacitor. So
It's both, really. They use capacitors to allow the charge to flow through the coil, not instantly, but over time, because the capacitor has a discharge rate, right?
mhm.
It goes 65% of its capacity will dump instantly. The rest of it takes time. Um, so you're fighting a little bit against the capacitor,
Yeah.
and resonance is a little bit harder to achieve.
Yeah, I think he's got a whole thing going on with the way he describes everything, and I think it's probably best left for another day, to be honest with you.
There are tons of resonators, Tesla resonators. Almost all of his oscillatory devices work as a resonator. The problem is probably CEMF through the coil, and that's why you would use a bifilar coil
Hmm.
because there's less CMF in a bifilar coil. It's more the whole coil being the resistance instead of just singular.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't have a lot of built up resistances. It just has one, and that's usually the resistance of the wire itself. And that's just because of the geometry of the wires. If they're opposing, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, it will never, you know, all right, I just had a brain fart. I
It's
was
okay.
I was discussing the wires. Why this happens all the time. I'm getting too old. That's what it is. When I was younger, I could discuss this stuff.
Well, we've been at it for 4 hours, man. I'm getting old myself.
Yeah, okay. You're 4 hours older. Was it well spent?
Oh, it definitely was, man. You're absolutely awesome, man. I truly appreciate it. You know what? As a matter of fact, I just like to ask the audience if they don't mind to give you a hand, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is so awesome, man. This is like epic, man. Nobody really put it together, and you really did.
I've worked a long time to put it together, and I've listened to a lot of people, and I've done I started when I was I want to say 27, but I knew about Tesla in my radio days. I just didn't know a lot about him. I knew that he was the initiator of it, but never really learned a lot until I was about 27. And then ever since then, 58 years was 21 years, 31 years that I've been doing this.
Mm-hmm.
After a while, you just get enough information that you just know, things, and a lot of verifiable information. Because all the stuff you can verify, you can do these experiments yourself.
Oh, yeah.
All of these experiments are basically, except for the impulse, the straight impulse one, that's still an unknown. There's still things that we don't know that we need to discover, and that's just Tesla. I mean, he didn't have time to explore it all the way, and he knew it, especially on his end, his end
Oh, he knew all of it.
interview.
We're just barely starting to learn it. That's a fact.
I mean, he was arguing that, and he was validly arguing that Einstein was a gas bag. That he would go through these huge lines of math that equated to nothing in reality, and it doesn't. They deal in absolutes. These theorists, they deal in absolutes, and there is no absolute in nature.
No, they deal with absolute.
Except
They
for
make up
life
math to cover up what they couldn't find.
and death, right? Life and death.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, the old engineer problem.
But even the death, I'm calling into account for itself, because I don't think that we die. I think we just go on. That we are like butterflies. That we are in the pupa phase, and we grow into this great plasma being.
That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it follows nature, right? That's what happens in nature. In more than one, there's a whole life thing with caterpillars that turn into chrysalis and turn into something else. And I think that's what we do. We grow our entire life, both physically, mentally, wisdom wise. And if we were lucky to make it to the end, we take that with us and we go on to the next part. And you know why there aren't any ghosts or any people hanging around all the time? Because the next part is better than this one. Nobody wants to come back.
I don't know. I'd like to stay here a lot longer, to be honest with you.
I've gotten attached to this life, but you know what? Life is not forever.
Yeah, I know.
There is an end point, and
Hmm.
at least to the mortal part,
Yeah.
And the one that I'm talking about is more like a soul part, where it carries you on. And
Yeah.
sometimes it can include reattaching yourself to another flicker of life because um and I would love to get this video. I don't know where it is, but there was a video of the point of conception where
Mm.
they they put in a sample and did
I
inverter.
think we should just stop
Yeah,
right
we'll
there.
stop. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. And I go
Yeah.
too far sometimes. But anyways, there's other things. There's more philosophical stuff attached to that too, as well. But
I understand.
thanks for stopping me. I know this was,
Yeah, we all run into those things once in a while,
I
and
know
we all like to study them. We just,
it's
unfortunately,
good to study, and I probably shouldn't talk about it too much. But
yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'd love to just flat out say, and
YouTube doesn't like
I
it when you
can't.
breach certain
Oh yeah.
subjects, and I think that's
Hmm.
to me, it's not freedom. But whatever.
No, you play within the rules so you can get out all the information you can. That's
Exactly.
the way it works.
Play the game.
Yes.
Learn how to play it.
Okay. All right, John. Like I said, it's been 4 hours, man. I'm about done for the day.
Well, it was good talking to you.
Dude, it's an absolute pleasure. We're gonna have to do this again.
Oh, I'll be around. I'll come out and talk with a bunch of you guys. You guys can sit there and pin me up against the wall and beat me up for a little bit, and we'll talk.
Nobody's gonna do that. They're gonna have 50 questions for you. Is what's gonna
Well, that's what I
happen.
meant. Pummel me with questions. I like that part. I'm a
All right.
masochist when it comes to that, but I like teaching people. Although I teaching people my way of thinking. I don't know if it's actually the way, but it makes more sense to me.
Yes. I like your way. I get along with your way. It works for me.
We definitely resonate on it.
That's right.
And I'm still trying to figure out how. Other than if it's the truth, that's why it's resonating.
Yeah.
People's eyebrow.
Yeah. A little bit of that.
So it's like, I think it's that the same little thing that someone's talking about, the Akashic record, and that there's ways to access it. And I think if you
right wavelength gives you the right answers, and you have to be in that resonance point to get it. And most people aren't, and the people that don't go in that area do not get the answer.
I'm not sure if they're allowed to. I think if you don't resonate with this, I don't think that it will allow you to. That's why you're thinking that the access to it is gatekeep, because there's certain amount of yeah, I agree with you. I'm down with my way too. But yeah, if you there's kind of like that, if you don't resonate with it, you don't get access to it. You get access to part of it.
That's exactly what's going on with it.
But if you
people train themselves for a long time to do that.
That's why I don't feel that anybody can do anything very dangerous with this stuff, other than if it's bastardized. And that you'll find that'll happen. It just happens. We're human.
Well, that's why you don't show propulsion with this stuff, because it leads in the wrong direction in so many ways. And
I also believe that if I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you out, but I also believe that if you there's a certain amount of intention that goes along with it, and if you tend that people are going to do the right thing with it, that it's going to go out that way. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
That's what you send out, and then people will do the right thing with it. If people do the bad thing with it, the good thing about this energy is that it's self-reflecting. You can protect against it.
Hmm.
So if as many people as to design a weapon, there's as many that will design good things with it.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that, but you don't want to have everybody to have that power, do you? I mean, look, you
Well,
want
not
free
everybody has the
energy.
power for nuclear weapons, and not everybody's going to have the power for this kind of a device. You know, on the on the on the part that becomes really dangerous, like the
You
amount
know,
of energy. Know what I mean?
I, I guess that's true. I can flat out say exactly how it works and exactly how to build it. And I don't think that many people that pick up on exactly what I'm doing.
I don't, and I don't think a lot of people would even care.
Yeah.
Right? They'd be like, "Hey, well, we don't care. You do whatever you're doing." Meanwhile, you have your stream energy coming from somewhere else,
Yeah.
and they
Well,
don't. They have to pay for it, and you don't.
yeah.
So the proof is in the pudding,
Yep.
really.
All
That's
right,
what I like
John.
about you.
I have to say goodnight for the night.
Oh,
And
good night to you, and thanks everybody. Thanks for
yeah, thank you,
listening.
chat. You guys have been awesome, man. We're gonna roll the credits, man. And thank you very much, John. I hope to see you back again, man.
Oh, I'll
We'll
be
do a
back.
roundtable with everybody. I think it'd be
Oh,
awesome.
yeah, I really want to chat with everybody.
Right on. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Take care.
The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds is broken in the head. People not seeing reality has put them in the red. Where conscious and spirituality been stricken from the norm and replaced with the ignorance of basic magnetic form. The geometry of God keeps running through his head. That's what makes old man builds broken in the head. The old man builds. The old man builds. Spheres of destiny are spinning in his mind, making him travel back and forth in time, battling the establishment for just a little recognition. Has him forcing the world to understand his premonition. That world will have all the technology in the end, even if it means his life will fail to extend. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. Fears of destiny are spinning in his mind, making him travel back and forth in time, battling the establishment for just a little recognition. Has him forcing the world to understand his premonition. That world will have all the technology in the end, even if it means his life will fail to extend. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. The old man builds. Fears of destiny are spinning in his mind, making him travel back and forth in time, battling the establishment for just a little recognition. Has him forcing the world to understand his premonition. That world will have all the technology in the end, even if it means his life will fail to extend. The old man builds.